Hello, how is sound quality? Is it good? Test, test, one, two, three. Mic test.
to order, and the time is 9:08. I will start the meeting this morning with a pledge of allegiance to our American flag and the Texas flag. If you'll all stand and I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Now the board's mission statement and philosophy. The mission statement. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. The board fulfills its mission through the regulation of the practice of nursing and the approval of nursing education programs. This mission, derived from the Nursing Practice Act, supersedes the interest of any individual, the nursing profession, or any special interest group. Philosophy. Acting in accordance with the highest standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and openness, the Texas Board of Nursing approaches its mission with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility and affirms that the regulation of nursing is a public and private trust. The board assumes a proactive leadership role in regulating nursing practice and nursing education, and the board serves as a catalyst for developing partnerships and promoting collaboration and addressing regulatory issues. The public and nursing community alike can be assured of a balanced and responsible approach to regulation. And before we get just started today, it brings me to tears. I would just like to have a moment of silence for our state and the struggles and the loss and the families that are dealing with such horrific times right now. So if you'll just bow your heads with me for a little bit. Thank you. So I'd like to welcome all our board members, board staff, and audience this morning to this board meeting. This meeting is being held pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.127. Please remember to mute or turn off any cell phones. Today's meeting is being held in person at the George Herbert Walker Bush Building, located at 1801 Congress Avenue, room 4.300, Austin, Texas, and is open for anyone of the public to attend and observe. We will begin with the board member roll call. Dr. Benton.
Elizabeth Adamson, representing RN Practice. Kathy Boswell, representing Associate Degree Education.
Kathy Boswell, present.
Manny Cavazos, representing Consumers.
Manny Cavazos, present.
Daryl Chambers, representing Consumers.
Daryl Chambers, present.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, representing RN Practice. Ms. Hawkins Garcia is absent. On her way. Maisie Jamison, representing Consumers. Ken Johnson, representing Vocational Nursing Education.
Ken Johnson, present.
Mary Grace Landrum, representing Consumers.
Mary Grace Landrum, present.
Nancy Lewis, representing LVN Practice.
Nancy Lewis, present.
Kathy Leader-Horn, representing LVN Practice.
Kathy Leader-Horn, present.
Allison Porter Edwards, representing Baccalaureate Education.
Allison Edwards, present.
Drew Riddle, representing APRN Practice.
Drew Riddle, present.
Melissa Scott, representing LVN Practice.
Melissa Scott, present.
Kathy Ship, representing APRN Practice.
Kathy Ship, present.
And Rick Williams, representing Consumers.
Rick Williams, present.
Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you. So board members and staff, let's get started with introductions. So we'd start over here. Kathy? And turn your, yeah.
I'm Kathy Boswell. I'm from Weatherford, Texas. I represent Associate Degree Nursing, and I work at Weatherford College.
I'm Rick Williams. I represent consumers. I'm from Killeen, Texas, and I'm a retired soldier and current contractor.
Good morning. I'm Drew Riddle. I represent APRN Practice. I'm a certified registered nurse anesthetist, and I live and practice and work in Fort Worth, Texas.
I'm Nancy Lewis. I represent LVN Practice. I work in Burnett at Ascension.
Hello, I'm Daryl Chambers. I represent consumers, and I'm from Fort Worth, Texas.
Good morning. My name is Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education. I am instructor faculty at Howard College in San Angelo.
My name is Maisie Jameson. I live in Dallas, Texas. I'm retired from Children's Medical Center, Dallas.
Good morning. My name's Allison Edwards. I'm faculty at UT Health Science Center in Houston, Texas, in the Medical Center, and I reside in Bel Air, Texas.
Good morning. I'm Mary Grace Landrum. I'm a retired strategic planner and leadership development consultant from Houston, Texas, and I represent the public.
Good morning. I'm Ellie Adamson. I represent RN Practice. I'm from the South Texas, the Rio Grande Valley, McAllen, and I work in an acute care setting in clinical operations. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Lederhorn. I represent LVN Practice. I live in Granbury and I practice for United Healthcare in Fort Worth.
Manny Cavazos, public member. I'm a CPA and attorney, and I'm from Maynard, Texas, which is really, truly part of Austin.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Scott, and I live in Granbury, and I represent LVN Practice, and I practice in Fort Worth at Cook Children's Hospital.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Shipp. I represent APRN Practice. I do women's health in a clinic south of Lubbock, and I live in Canyon, Texas, just south of Amarillo. So welcome and good morning, and we'll start with staff.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Kristen Benton, Executive Director.
Good morning. My name is Dusty Johnston. I'm General Counsel with the board.
I'm Jan Hooper. I'm Education Consultant here at the board.
Bruce Halter, Information Specialist with the Nursing Department.
Paul Bradley, Lead Consultant for Nursing Practice.
John Vanderford, Deputy General Counsel. Emmett Macon, Director of Operations.
Kathy Smith, the Director of Nursing.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Diggs, Director of Enforcement.
I guess we didn't have a expectation that we'd have a big enough group
without staff.
So thank you and welcome. We love to have our new people here and our different departments and staff, and it's a big group, and we have great work done by all of this staff. So thank you guys for being here, and thank you board members. And it's just in the last little bit that we've ended up having 15 members. So for years we had 13, and so we cover this area well now. So let's go ahead and get started with reviewing the agenda. Are there any changes, corrections, amendments to the full agenda? Okay, hearing no changes, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
This is Drew Riddle. I motion to approve.
This is
Thank
Ken
you.
Johnson. I second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. If no objection from board members, the agenda is approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy Rule 4. Board members, let's review the minutes from April 24, 25 board meeting. Can I get a motion? Are there any changes or additions to the minutes? If not, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Madam President, this is Mary Grace Landrum. I move we approve the minutes.
This is Maisie Jameson. I second.
So I have a motion and a second, and having a motion and a second to approve the minutes. If no objection from board members, the minutes are approved. And this vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy Rule 4. And if we will show at this time that Carol Hawkins, one of our board members from San Antonio, just arrived. And Carol, if you would like to introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Carol Hawkins Garcia. I represent RN Practice on the board. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, a clinical educator at Acute Care Hospital, also adjunct faculty here in Austin at Austin Community College. Thank you.
Thank you. We have members that drive in, and so the traffic can be daunting, and we all know that. So thank you, Carol. We're glad you're here. So at this time, let's move on to consent agenda. Board members, are there any items on the consent agenda only that anyone would like to have pulled off the consent agenda? And this is for consent agenda only. Okay, hearing none, continuing with consent agenda, board members, are there any recusals for the consent agenda? This is for consent agenda only.
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. Item 3.2.4F. I will have to recuse from that because that is my employer.
Okay. Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda item 3.2.4F, Howard College in San Angelo?
This is Drew Riddle. I motion to approve the consent agenda without agenda item 3.2.4F.
This
Rick
is Maisie
Williams,
Jameson. I second.
Okay, that was a talk. Wait, is that Rick? Okay, Maisie. So I have a motion and a second. We'll now take a vote. Daryl? Our screen is not up. That's my cheat sheet that I can look back and see how and when it's blank. Can you see it? Is it? Hmm? What? Okay, so, so,
I cast an erroneous vote in abstaining. I'm sorry.
okay. So, motion passes. And we'll now take a vote on consent agenda item 3.2.4F. And can I get a motion to approve agenda item 3.2.4F, noting the recusal of board member Ken Johnson due to his employment with this program? Kathy Lederhorn?
Yes, ma'am, Madam President. I move to accept the report of findings of the May 6th and 7th, 2025 survey visit to Howard College Associate Degree Nursing Education Program in San Angelo, Texas, and issue the recommendation in the attached letter.
It's Kathy Boswell, a second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. Mine hasn't come up. Mm. So we're waiting to vote. Okay. Ellie Adamson. Kathy Boswell.
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Manny Cavazos.
Manny Cavazos, 4.
Daryl Chambers.
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jameson.
Jameson, 4.
Ken Johnson recused. Okay. Mary Grace Landrum. Kathy Lederhorn.
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Nancy Lewis.
Nancy Lewis, 4.
Allison Edwards.
Allison Edwards, 4.
Riddle.
Drew Riddle, 4.
Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Shipp, myself, 4. And Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
And the motion passes. Thank you, board members. Board members and staff and audience will now begin the meeting with, hold on one second. Oh, gosh, sorry. So at this time, we're going to bring the Houston Community College group in Houston forward, licensed vocational nursing to associate degree nursing program 3.2.5A. And Dr. Hooper.
Madam President, this is Mary Grace Landrum, and I want to note that I will be recusing myself. I want to encourage anyone who's in Houston to go visit this program. But I do serve on a business advisory board for the Northwest College and recently received an honorary degree from Houston Community College. So I will be recusing myself from participation in discussion.
And voting.
And voting.
Okay. Thank you. So we have Dr. Hooper and Dr. Donnelly that will be working with us for this group. Yes, I'm getting ready to do that. Okay. So under Section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code, the Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from Houston Community College to establish a new nursing education program in Houston, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from Houston Community College will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff has received no such requests. The proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. The persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent, and if you're addressing particular parts of the proposal, and please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to board staff via email. And so will the representatives of Houston Community College Nursing Education Program raise your right hand and be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All four? Okay. Thank you. The board now recognizes board staff, Dr. Hooper and Dr. Donnelly.
Good morning. You can see we have a large group here because there's a lot of excitement among this group, and I think they brought a busload behind us. I do want to say to board members, first of all, you'll notice that we were using a template format for some of the proposals, and we will be refining that, so we would appreciate any comments you have, trying to get the proposals in a format that's easier for us to work from and possibly a little briefer. So we'll see how that goes. Thank you for your patience during that time. Houston Community College is a comeback program, and they were a program earlier that closed in 2023. They actually began as Houston Community College in 1971 as part of the Houston Independent School District. And this is the story for many community colleges. They start from the high schools. Today, they offer workforce education to more than 5,700 students. I mean, they serve over 70,000 across 23 campuses. The nursing department is located in the Houston Community College Coleman College for Health Sciences. This is located in the Health Metroplex in Houston, and they have education programs for 20 health science fields in a state-of-the-art academic environment. Dr. Donnelly and I visited the site on May the 1st, and she's going to give you a few words about that visit. They began offering the ADN program in 1979 and voluntarily closed in 2023, related to their pass rates. They are applying to rebuild the ADN program as a vocational to RN to ADN program based on student demand in their area, as well as for a transition program for current VN students. New administrators for the college are in place, and some of them are here at the table. Dr. Lutricia Harrison is the new president. Dr. Nicole Townsend right here is the new dean of nursing, who will serve as program director, and Dr. Bernadette Pollard as coordinator. I'll let the others introduce themselves. The program will be delivered over 3 semesters, with 12 credits being awarded for their previous VN education. They plan to begin in August 2025, pending your approval. and they are looking at having a second smaller cohort in January. I'll let Dr. Townsend talk about the enrollment. They have a long list of very prestigious clinical sites. So, interestingly enough, when I went to Houston, I have a sister in Houston. She was aware I was there. She texted me one evening, very excited that Houston Community College was going to become Houston City College. So I went online to just verify that. And yes, they're changing their name, as many community colleges have lost the word community or county to become a higher quality program. So Dr. Donnelly, would you talk a little about the visit?
I was impressed with the facilities at Houston Community College and the resources available for students. They have ample clinical practice partners, even stating that they had over 40 facilities available for students to attend hands-on clinicals, including the VA, Ben Taub, Texas Children's Hospital. They stated they are willing to have clinicals be completed at nights and weekends, not just days, so they're open to that. Their buildings are impressive. There's plenty of space available for skills, simulation classrooms, meeting rooms, and private offices and staff for staff. They have equipment available for students which you don't typically see in nursing schools, such as a 3D touchscreen anatomage table, which you really don't see those typically in nursing programs. They have a lovely reception area and great library resources. One area that I was particularly interested in was that they're going to make some changes, and one of the changes was to interview students as part of the admission process. I thought that was a great idea as well. Instead of just accepting a student, make sure that the student that is being interviewed is ready for the rigor of the program and commitment to manage the responsibilities of the program. And those are just a few things that I noted that I wanted you to be aware of as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Donnelly. And I'm going to allow Dr. Townsend now to introduce the people at the table and maybe mention the ones in the crowd.
Thank you, Dr. Hooper. Madam President and members of the board, my name is Dr. Nicole Townsend, and I serve as the Dean of Nursing at Coleman College Nursing Program. To my left, I have Dr. Latricia Harrison, who is our college president. Next to her is Dr. Norma Perez. She is the Senior Vice Chancellor of Instruction and Student Services. And following her is Dr. Bernadette Pollard, who is currently our Faculty Program Director and Coordinator. And if I may, I have a vast member of our team present here today. And with your permission, I would ask that they please stand. Thank you very much. Again, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today as we respectfully seek approval to relaunch our LVN to ADN transition program. HCC College is, as Dr. Hooper noted, uniquely situated in the heart of the Texas Medical Center, the largest and most prestigious medical complex in the world. As the only community college within this globally recognized hub, our students will benefit from the access to world-class clinical sites, health science libraries, and interprofessional environments rooted in innovation and patient-centered care. These advantages uniquely position us to deliver a rigorous, relevant nursing education that meets today's healthcare needs. As the board is aware, the college made the difficult but necessary decision to voluntarily close the ADN transition programs in December of 2023. Since that time, we have implemented a successful teach-out program, and most of the ADN graduates achieved the NCLEX RN pass rate of 87.5. It was a total of 75 students in that teach-out program, and there is still currently one student who is enrolled, and he is projected to do well. Reflecting the early improvements, I joined the college in November of 2024 with a clear goal to rebuild the program from the ground up, restore public and regulatory trust, and design a model of excellence that fully aligns with board expectations. Today, we are not asking to reopen the former program. We are presenting a redesigned, integrated, and deliberately structured transition program that represents a new era for nursing education at HCC Coleman. This approach is pragmatic, it's purposeful. The LVN to ADN students come with licensure. They come with clinical experience and strong professional motivation. Many are already working in healthcare settings, bringing real-world perspective to our classrooms. These students offer self-directed, focused, and deeply committed to completing their RN credentials. Launching the transition cohort allows us to scale intentionally with smaller class sizes and more direct mentorship and close oversight. It also provides a model to test and refine our integrated curriculum, which is now fully aligned with the differentiated essential competencies and WECM standards. The curriculum is concept-based, holistic, and designed to mirror how nurses think, prioritize, and deliver care in real clinical settings. It supports knowledge retention, strengthens critical thinking, and prepares students for long-term access in nursing practice. Since arriving, I have worked closely with our faculty program director, Dr. Pollard, to address areas requiring urgent reform, which were curriculum gaps, inconsistent faculty expectations and professional development, and limited student support structures. In response, we have implemented a robust faculty evaluation, increased professional development expectations, expanded student support services, as well as created a new role of Director of Nursing Operations held by Dr. Meadow to ensure coordination across all areas of instruction, clinicals, and administration. We are also fortunate to have an abundance of tenured faculty who are deeply committed to the success of our program. This foundation has allowed us to instill a renewed sense of commitment and accountability across the department. Our faculty are actively engaged in tailored professional development activities that create their individual growth needs, ranging from clinical simulation to test construction to in nursing education. Their dedication is a cornerstone of our program's revitalization and long-term success. Most importantly, we have reimagined what leadership investment in student success truly looks like. Every incoming transition student will be personally supported and mentored by our dedicated leadership team, including myself, Dr. Harrison, Dr. Pollard, Dr. Meadow, and a few of our lead faculty members. Together, we bring decades of experience in nursing education and practice and have made a clear and collective commitment to walk alongside our students every step of the way. We have also deepened our relationships with our clinical partners, many of whom are, as Dr. Donnelly and Dr. Hooper mentioned, Kelsey-Seybold, St. Luke's, Harris Health, HCA, and Texas Children's Hospital, just to name a few. If the board approves this program, we will leverage our strengths to ensure that HCC Coleman will not return to the conditions that led to the prior closure. We have instituted comprehensive, evidence-based strategy to build a strong and sustainable program. This includes enhancing student recruitment through targeted outreach, supporting student learning, early interventions, and wraparound services, increasing faculty accountability and development, redesigning and integrating the academic curriculum, and rigorously preparing our students for licensure and professional success. We want to emphasize a retention-focused model that keeps students on an early guided pathway to completion and licensure with safeguards, mentorship, and analytics built into the process. Our work is intentional, our direction is clear, and our commitment is unwavering. Thank you for your time, for your service, and your thoughtful consideration of this request. We are confident in the strength of this proposal and the promise it holds for our students, our community, and for the future of nursing in Texas. And I welcome any comments at this time.
Do other representatives have something to say?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Madam President and board members.
Will you introduce yourself again?
I am Dr. Latricia Harrison. I am the president of Coleman College Health Sciences. I have over 30 years of nursing experience, 21 of those years being a family nurse practitioner in both clinical settings and academia. I am passionate about nurturing the next generation of healthcare leaders. HTC Coleman is integrated into the largest system with over 70,000 students. As stated, we proudly stand as the only two-year college within the world-renowned Texas Medical Center, dedicated to transforming lives through health science careers. Under the recommendation of our chancellor and my leadership, we launched a satellite campus in Midtown Houston for pre-health science students. We opened that campus with 455 students eagerly wanting classes with flexible scheduling. Our SACS accreditation, along with over 30 programs accredited by their respective agencies, reflects our commitment to excellence. We have about 5,700 students enrolled in all of our allied science programs, and we provide opportunities for continuing education with valuable short-term credentials and also dual credit programs for high school students. Recognizing the need for flexibility, we offer courses in various formats to fit today's students' busy lives. In just over a year, we have achieved a remarkable 61% increase in enrollment. Our mission is to cultivate ethical decision makers who prioritize innovation and high quality care, improving healthcare outcomes for all communities. Our state-of-the-art facility simulates a fully functioning hospital, empowering students to learn on the same equipment they're using in their careers. Our chancellor wisely reminds us that while the past is in our heads, the future is in our hands. Together with our students, we look toward a brighter future. We're proud to be one of the 2 colleges in our system offering a Bachelor of Applied Science in Healthcare Management with plans for a Bachelor of Science in Nursing degree in the future. The nursing program has a healthy budget to operate and to invest in our students. We are attempting to remove any barriers that may interfere with them focusing on their education. We will cover for the first cohort with student scholarships, their tuition fees and books, in addition to our partners who will cover course materials such as scrubs, shoes, etc. This shows that we have a strong support system and commitment to our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. I'm here representing the district office. My name is Dr. Norma Pettis, and I am the Senior Vice Chancellor for Instruction and Student Services. And I just want to let you know that I've had 15 years of experience overseeing health science programs as the Dean of Health Sciences back in 1992 to 2008. And I'm now currently serving as the Senior Vice Chancellor. I could tell you that I'm very familiar with our nursing program, having been there and overseeing that program. We are committed to provide it whatever resources we need to provide it to continue to get it back on the right track. The district office provides support in terms of instructional support, in terms of accreditation, curriculum development, and of course the accreditation. And then I do want to emphasize that one of the things that we're dedicated to is that all of our full-time faculty have a budget of $2,000 to spend for professional development. And again, that's to ensure that they are continuing to keep their skills up to date when it comes to working with our students. So again, I'm here just to indicate to you that the district fully supports this program, and we're prepared to do whatever we need to do to ensure that it definitely has the resources to become one of the best nursing programs in the Houston area. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Dr. Pollard, and I am here to let you know that when the program closed at HCC Coleman, I was a part of that team. We closed in December 31st, 2023. At that time, our pass rate was 74.5. With the interventions that we did to improve our program, we went up to 87% pass rate. So I feel like our rigor that we implemented and now moving forward to the new program will be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, does anyone have any questions? Okay. Ms. Boswell?
I'm Kathy Boswell. I represent Associate Degree Nursing Education. And I have 2 questions and 1 comment. I read and I've heard that you closed your program in 2023. That was your Associate Degree Nursing program. Was that a concepts-based or was that a traditional?
It was a traditional.
Traditional, okay, okay. The other question, have you had any movement on the partnership with Apple for the iPads?
We have talked with Apple. However, what the college has done is we have purchased laptops for all the incoming students.
Well, shoot. And then the comment. Since this is a new curriculum for you as you move forward, I think it's great that you can accept 40 in August. I guess my concern is then you're going to take 20 more in January. So if my math is correct, the first cohort that starts in August will not have tested with NCLEX before you accept your second cohort. And that is kind of a concern to me because as a new curriculum, it's just always a good idea if you test it, road test it to see. So that's the one concern I do have.
Thank you for that comment. And one of the things, I have a history of experience in higher education at another institution where we were using the integrated curriculum. So I spent about 8 years of my tenure facilitating the integrated curriculum. So I myself am very familiar with it, as well as the success of the integrated curriculum. And one of the reasons why I thought it was a better idea to kind of try it out at Coleman is for the unique opportunities that we have by being in the medical center. And as you know, with the integrated curriculum, we are able to utilize maybe benefit off of the LVN's already clinical practice. So they're able to move across the lifespan a little bit quicker than your most traditional nursing student. So that's one of the reasons why we decided to try the integrated curriculum and to help us facilitate better clinical opportunities.
Yes.
Good morning. I'm Rick Williams. I represent consumers.
Good morning.
Okay. I will, confess first, when I saw your program pop back up, I looked at it and I saw that you'd voluntarily closed in 2023, and you gave an estimated time at that time of approximately 3 years before returning for approval. So, that kind of raised my antennae, when I saw that you were here early. But I will tell you, I'm usually a skeptic. But after reading through your program and hearing you all in person, I am thoroughly blown away with what you have accomplished, at least in the restructuring within the past year. And you leave me now with a feeling that this will be successful, also knowing your history as a force within the Houston area communities. So I will say that your proposal, these proposals, I want to give kudos to our educational administration, because I'm gonna tell you, I get tired reading these things, and some of them are 500 or 600 pages. I'm not gonna tell you I read every word, but when something pops out at me, I go searching to see what did you leave. I don't think I've ever read a proposal that covers everything to include what you are doing for your students in their first years, which can be vitally important, especially when you're coming from such a vast economic area and so forth. So just hands down, I want to say congratulations. You all are just extremely impressive, and I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Madam President?
Yes.
Good morning, neighbors.
Good morning.
I'm Allison Edwards, and I represent Baccalaureate Education right next door to you at CISIC.
Yes.
So I'm glad to see you here. Some clarification. My questions are very granular, more clinically oriented. Page 141 of your proposal, I noticed that it's combined ATI modules and quizzes at 20%. We are capped at the 10% on any kind of standardized testing. So I realize that you said and quizzes. So I just clarification on that point.
So ATI does, ATI Engage, which is the primary textbook source that we are seeking to utilize. As you know, they are the industry standard on benchmark testing. They offer a feature in their product that will allow the faculty to create the quizzes. So they're not quizzes that are created by ATI. So that's why I included it in there. But just to clarify, and thank you for asking that question, the faculty are the ones that are actually creating those quizzes. Through the platform.
Thank you so much. Another question. I could not locate a needle stick policy. You have a bloodborne pathogen policy on page 213, and it just cautions students to use standard precautions, but you really need a needle stick policy, a specific one that gives the guidelines. Call the faculty, report it to student health services, blah, 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 right? So I think that needs to be in the student handbook really clearly.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, and we will get that added right away.
One more addition
to
the student handbook.
We welcome.
I think we're all encountering this and trying to navigate this new environment of AI. I would really recommend a paragraph in your student handbook that speaks to AI, when it's acceptable to use, when it's not acceptable to use. It can be a valuable resource, but when it comes to critical thinking, we really want to steer clear.
I wholeheartedly agree.
So yeah, maybe just a paragraph in your student handbook about AI. Those are my 2 comments, recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Madam President. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Dr. Ellie Adamson. I represent acute practice, and I'm also part-time faculty at the School of Nursing at UTRGV. And I just had a question. Well, first a comment and a statement, or a comment and a question. First, I want to applaud you for all your efforts and not just bringing back a program that wasn't working with positive outcomes, but also redesigning it. And I think from what I've read already and just hearing you all speak, it's very impressive.
Thank you.
And so my question was, as you go ahead and it was an LVN to ADN transition program, I wanted to understand, is it just to transition the current HCC graduates, or is it open to other LVNs in the community?
Thank you for asking that question. So we are pleased to report a strong interest in our program from not only our internal students, but external students as well. So this program is open to all qualified LVNs, and we currently have about 63 internal students and 47 external students, which brings that total to about 110 prospective students for the program.
That's great. And I know that you mentioned you're going to interview them. So will you interview all of them? Or?
Every qualified candidate.
I think it's important to select those that will make your first year successful.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Madam President, I just had Kathy Lederhorn representing LVN practice for a non-Houstonian. So is Texas Medical Center, is it a hospital? Is your program a hospital-based program, or are you just on the campus of the hospital? Anyone?
No, we're not a hospital-based program. We're located within the Texas Medical Center. The Texas Medical Center is a vast location of many hospitals, colleges, businesses. So we're located within the medical center on our own campus, but we're not hospital-based.
Gotcha. Okay. And I knew that was I graduated from a hospital-based program back, when God was a boy. But, and also, it just left me. Oh, so it's not a hospital-based program, but do all of your nursing school students, will they all come to this Coleman campus, or does each campus have their own?
So Coleman is a specific campus for allied health. So all of our allied health programs are located at Coleman College, and we do have the flagship office, which Dr. Harrison stated, which is about a mile away. So
they do pre-nursing a mile away at another campus, your statistics, college algebra, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
And then you transfer over to that. Okay.
Yes.
Madam President, I have a couple questions. Good morning, doctors. My name's Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education. As I was reading through your proposal, I was a little curious about your curriculum and why so much of it is built around a vendor product versus you all creating your own curriculum from scratch pretty much, which I think probably is a speed issue as well, why you're here a little bit faster than what it was before. But right, my thought process is always nurses teach nurses, ATI doesn't teach nurses.
Correct.
And a majority of this curriculum is ATI Engage. And so it's just strange to me why you guys are choosing this with how much knowledge and experience you have. But then I looked at all the instructors that are available to be hired, and what are their thoughts coming in having to teach from ATI versus their own knowledge set. And then as a student, I think, when I pay for college, I'm paying for the nurse's experience, and instead I get ATI. And when you think about these products being used, is this kind of in the spirit of the 215-14 with the standardized exams? I know that you said that you can create your own exams, but these students are going to pass or fail based on a standardized product. And I'm not so sure that this meets the standard as far as the program. I know that it fits the curriculum, but it's a product. It's not you guys putting this out for the students to learn. What happens when the product is discontinued and your curriculum is so heavily based off of this product? What's going to happen then for your program? What do you move to from there?
Thank you for asking. And that's a great question. And Dr. Hooper and I have had extensive conversations about this. So just to give a bit of a background, one of the reasons why we chose to go with ATI is based on the data analytics that they were able to provide. Programs who have not been successful in the past, they show us data how they have been able to turn those programs around. And that's something that was really critical for me and everyone at this table with regards to the success, the long-term success of this program. So although we did choose to go with ATI as they are the industry's leader in nursing education that encompasses an all-in-one curriculum, their product is only as good as our faculty. And I'm confident that the faculty that we have, many of them holding a doctoral education or higher, still have the experience and the flexibility to build that curriculum around their knowledge and what's most present in today with evidence-based practice. So I'm not really concerned with ATI teaching our students because I'm very confident in the faculty's experience and our own pedagogies to get that done. with regards to potentially discontinuing. When that time comes, there are many other resources out there that myself and those who sit at this table, as well as my faculty, are familiar with, other textbooks providers. And I don't think we will have a problem pivoting back to those hardcore textbooks. But the other thing is that we heard back from our students. We surveyed our students. This generation now likes technology, as you know. Back when we were in school, many of us, we carried around 5-pound books. They don't like to do that anymore. They like to have their curriculum and their textbook at their fingertips on their phone. And so ATI does provide that service for us. And again, we are piloting this curriculum. If we find that this does not work, we are ready to pivot at a dime's notice if we need to. So that's one of the reasons why we did do that. Not only that, ATI does provide a lot of faculty resources, which is very important to the success of our program with regards to professional development. They hold many conferences around the country that support our faculty educators.
My next question would be, what is the reasoning behind your grading as far as the minimum standard for continuing on in the program and graduating? Yours is really high. It's almost at a master's level versus other programs throughout the state. You're requiring an 80 to pass your program, whereas other programs throughout the state, 75 to 79 would be completely fine, right? C equals RN. Right? We remember this. And I'm just wondering, when we have a nursing shortage, why not get the nurses out there? What would be the difference between a nurse that made a 78 and passed the NCLEX versus somebody that made an 80 and passed the NCLEX? Why not graduate these students?
Thank you for that question. We thought long and hard about that. With my research in looking at other colleges in the Houston metropolitan area and Harris County, it's about a 50-50. Half of them have a classroom pass rate of 75%. From the institution that I came from, it was 75. At HCC, we kind of decided to go with the 80%. If I'm being very candid and honest, we wanted to produce the most competent and ready nurses. We felt that making it 80% would improve their probability of passing their boards. I'm not comfortable hovering around the 80s. My goal is for this initial cohort to pass the board at a 100% board pass rate. And so that is kind of the rationale as to why we chose an 80 versus a 75.
Yes.
Madam President, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming. I share some of the same concerns as my colleague expressed about there are no textbooks. It's ATI. I feel that you'll reach 100% because ATI teaches to the test. So they'll be prepared for that test and pass. It almost reminds me of what happened in Florida with the schools that taught to the test, and everybody passed, or most of them passed. And now we're in this thing with the night EL. So that's my biggest concern, is that it's basically ATI doing the teaching. And then in the clinical rotations, I see where you're going to have a preceptorship. I was looking for what is this preceptorship program? How are you going to train nurses that may have never taught to be preceptors? And I found a one-pager on page 150 that really doesn't outline that. It says they have an orientation, but I mean, how are you going to teach nurses to teach other nurses to become RNs? It's not something that's taught in nursing school. It's something that is learning to teach is something that we learn to do. So what is the plan for succession when your preceptors drop off or go work somewhere else? How are you going to replace those? So I didn't find any of that on that one pager. Again, I'm just really concerned. It's so heavily ATI, which is you're teaching to the test. So the other question that I have is, I know that you're familiar and have experience with the concept-based curriculum, but the faculty that are already employed there that come from a traditional base, concept-based is very different. What is the plan to have them ready by August to teach concept-based? Because it's a very different way of teaching, and how many of them have that experience of teaching that type of curriculum, and how do you plan to get them up to par by August? That was another question that I had. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I just want to go back to the ATI and recognize your concerns. I do want to reiterate again that although we look at ATI as our textbook resource, and that's it. Again, ATI can only be effective as your faculty. We have at HCC Coleman, we've been using ATI for the past 5 years. They have been using ATI in their LVN program, not their ADN program. So they've already have experience with ATI and how they are using it. Right now, we are only using their benchmark testing. We do use some of their modules and their activities of skills and skills labs. So they do have a lot of that, but the faculty is going to be creating those quizzes, creating those case studies. They have the ability to create the case studies based on what the discipline it is that they're teaching. So I'm really, really confident that the faculty will be able to just use this as a tool and not as a crutch, and lean on their clinical expertise as well as their teaching experience. To answer the question about the preceptorship, we are not solely going to use a preceptorship. I just included that in there as an option. Currently, what I have planned is that our faculty and adjuncts are actually going to be doing the clinical instruction for our students. We currently do not have a assigned preceptorship with any of our clinical partners at this time, although they are available to us if we do use them. A lot of the nurses that are involved in the preceptorship program at, let's say, Kelsey-Seybold, Memorial Hermann, St. Luke's, they're already familiar with us because they're teaching our students now. All of our students are in these facilities right now. So it's not like we're going to use new people. We're just going to use our existing clinical partners who have preceptorships with many of the colleges that are having clinicals in their facilities. So we don't have the need for a succession plan, so to speak, because we're going to be using our own faculty to do that. With regards to training, we have already started training the integrated curriculum in alignment with the program outcomes that are stated in the proposal. And so we've already been doing this for probably the past 3 months. So it's not like we have to start that after we hopefully get approved today. So hopefully that kind of clears up a little bit about that.
I just have one last comment. I
Yes.
noticed that with this program, you're giving the LVN credit for health assessment. And as we all know, the health assessment that LVN, I was an LVN for 12 years before I became an RN, is very different. It's not focus-based. When I was an LVN, in all of my experience was in the acute care setting, in a hospital setting. I got stable patients. So, and the nurse care plan was already built. So I was just adding to it. My assessment was focused. So if you're giving them credit for health assessment, which is very different than the RN assessment, I just don't understand how you're going to be able to do that when their scope of practice as far as health assessment is very different than the RN.
So I am Dr. Pollard. I would like to answer that question. Currently in our LVN programs, our students do get a complete experience in total health assessment. They start out with a complete patient assessment. Then we move them into focus assessment. So they are already exposed to that in the LVN program.
Okay, but in your program, but what if you get an LVN that comes in that practices within their scope and only does the focus assessment? How can you justify giving them credit for an RN health assessment class when they only have licensure as an LVN?
I just want to say a few words to let you know that we're also doing our job. But I was very concerned about ATI so much in the proposal, and so I sat down with Dr. Townsend and asked her, and she said they take your curriculum and they custom it with their products. So it's more a product than a curriculum. We also, the education consultants, plan to have a meeting with ATI, and we had about an hour meeting with them, asking them questions. I think they thought they were going to give us a presentation, but we only asked questions. But so it depends on the program to work with ATI if they want to use their products or not. They're becoming a system like Mosby, Lippincott, where they have all the products for a program to use in their program. I don't know that there's as much reliance as you're concerned about, maybe some. But I know I talked to Dr. Townsend, and I said, why so much ATI? And she told me that they take their curriculum and they put it into their models, their formats. And most of the time when we're talking to a program about ATI, it's like, oh, we don't really do that. We write our own questions at the end. So they say they're using it when it's not being used as much as we fear. You know, I'm very skeptical also of a product like that. And then on the assessment, that was a good question because we brought that up. I know Dr. Smith brought that up as well, was this assessment equal to this assessment? So I wrote to a couple of the programs and asked their views on that. And they do believe that when you bring in VNs into an RN program that you do grow them in their assessment abilities. So they're aware of that. And I think those are very good questions. It keeps us on our toes to make sure that programs are helping students that are in that transition to another. Now, some LVN programs are going ahead and they're teaching a general assessment in the beginning, and then they move into a more advanced when they go into an RN program. So I hope that helps you understand some of the things we're questioning the programs about.
And just to piggyback off of that, in our professional transition to nursing practice, there's a skills component of that, which we will include a more in-depth head-to-toe assessment in the skills portion of that class. So these transition students will have skills in level 1.
Thank you very much. This has been a 45-minute discussion in a 30-minute slot, and we have very engaged members here. One of the things that has been discussed, not yet, is the fact that you want 40 students initially, and then you will consider less, which I guess could be 39 students if you did that in January. And so we're really thinking, some of us, that why wouldn't it be less in the beginning and then you added some more? And we usually are very, very comfortable with 30 and 30 instead of 40 to 79, which could be what could be there. And that I think we need to move along, but I think that's something that as board members we have voted for when we're concerned. And historically, majority of the time when schools grow too much, too fast, regardless of what, and I think what you've done is great, and you've heard this and we've had really good questions. We're to protect the student, and that's our public as well as our patients are our public, and making sure that if you start out and you're doing well and then could go to the 40, but 40 in the beginning, and we're, I think, comfortable with 30 instead of 40. And so if anyone wants to mention something about that at this time, or have anything else to say? So, okay, so I think we've shared concerns. And so,
when you say 30 and 30, are you saying 30 in
The fall.
August and then 30, an additional 30 in January?
yeah, but it wouldn't, right now, we're looking at 40 and could be another 39 in January, so that's a extra amount. So it would be
Yes.
reducing what we're deciding on. Or if you think,
I actually hi, Drew Riddle. Thanks for being here. Can you clarify that for us? Because I read that it was 40 and then up to an additional 20.
That is correct.
So the total number come January would be 60
Yes.
at maximum.
At maximum, yes. So for the January start, we were okay with 20 actually. So 40 for the fall and 20 for spring.
I see. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
okay, so it says with a smaller cohort in January each year. It doesn't say an amount.
Okay.
So smaller than 40 could
In
be
the
39.
proposal, yeah,
Thank you.
in the proposal and the paperwork, it had the 20.
Okay,
I look
but
for
this
it.
is the,
Right.
so that's where I was looking at, we it could be up to that amount. So. So, board members, that's what I'm saying. So that, they.
I
li-
agree. I think an actual number needs to be there instead of smaller, because smaller could be
39, that's what I was
right.
saying.
39.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I like smaller in the beginning and then to add as opposed. So. Yeah, so does someone want to make a motion about changing that amount, or what are you comfortable with? If we had one cohort of 30 in the beginning, and then
Whatever we decide is the first cohort, maybe like the second cohort for the same school year could be half of the first. It's a manageable size. That's less. I think they're asking for 40. What was your first size for the first cohort?
The first size that we requested was for 40 and the second for spring was 20.
Right.
If I may ask you, doctors, what was the logic in bringing a larger portion on first and then requesting a smaller in the second half?
You want to take it? So what we wanted to improve our chances for a greater success rate. That was it.
Okay. Well, Madam President, because they are very resourced and they have very deep bench of knowledge here, I would not be opposed, from being a consumer, I'm definitely thinking about the student of allowing them to have a bigger cohort going in August, because they have proven through their teach out that, they have the skills and the resources necessary. So why not give them during their, of the 40?
I think of starting smaller and then increasing is what we've done. And I totally agree with what you're saying. I think it's valid. I'm just thinking about the long haul in the beginning. And I've been faculty majority of my career, all levels. Mm.
So 30 and 30?
30 and 30. Even though it ends up being
Right.
the same.
Right.
Well, it had potential to be, but it still starts out smaller. Okay.
If I may, I guess I am. Obviously, there's some concern about the logic of, hey, start big, we'll go small, and then it'll be easier for us or whatever, versus sort of the common collective discussions that our board members have of, pay attention to your first cohort, see if it's working, and then grow it as it goes. Now that's what you're presented with, this sort of expression of how is that premise that's not what you want. Y'all want the larger and then going smaller as a concept of, that's how we know we can maybe have a better school after that. That's the question, and I guess what's the answer? I mean it's your proposal, it's your position on that, and it's your opportunity, I think, to be persuasive in that regard.
Thank you for this. What I believe is, we welcome, number one, the recommendation of the board, and we hear you, and we are willing to accept whatever you tell us to do. The concept behind taking the 40 students initially is, one, we wanted to make sure that we have a cohort that is manageable. We have the faculty, we have the resources, we have the funding, we have everything needed to invest into the student success. Taking in a smaller cohort in January, we of course wanted to grow because we do want to address the need of nurses in where we are. It's a nursing shortage. We know that by 2032, there will still be 57,000 RNs that are needed. We're in the medical center. We have multiple partners that we're working with. So the concept behind taking a smaller group, we can still control the student success. We didn't want to grow too big. We didn't want to double our numbers because we did not want to lose that intimacy that we have with this first cohort, to ensure that we're pouring into them everything that's required. However, if it is the will of the board to say take 30 students and 30 students, we are amenable to that, and we welcome whatever the suggestion of the board recommends to us.
Yes.
It may seem, well, gosh, we're only talking about, I was still looking at the fact that it could have been 39, even though it had said 20 in the other, because that's what this statement is. It's still 10 students who struggle, and LVNs are usually have a difficult time because they're already working. They're committed to family and working and doing a job, and then going as a student again. And so there's a lot of factors that go into an LVN becoming an RN that's different than a generic student coming in. And so, and I hadn't really thought about saying 30 and then still 20 in January. I just felt like backing off a little bit is just can ensure more success. So we have a motion. Yeah. And so if we do a cohort of, let me go back.
Again, we are definitely in support and okay with decreasing the amount of that first cohort, and whatever your recommendation is. If it's 30 and 30, we're fine with that.
Okay. Yeah.
Hi, this is Dr. Ellie Adamson. I move we make a motion to accept the HCC school for 30 students the first semester, and then 30 students the second semester. So 30 each onboarding class. Okay, let me read it. Oh, can you read it? Okay, let me rephrase that. I apologize.
Yeah,
This is my second board meeting. Oh, go ahead. I'll second.
Okay, hold on.
Let me
hold on.
let me make a recommendation
Yeah.
that these motions are drafted for the
Yeah.
computer vote, and as such, we want the language to be available for members and public to know what exactly what they're voting on.
Mhm.
If you hang on just a minute, I think I would like for you to look at a motion
Mhm, I
that
see it. Mhm.
that may reflect what you want, and I'll let you look at it and see if it does. If you give me just 1 minute, okay?
Mhm.
So I wasn't just clear. So you're becoming Houston City?
Yes.
So how does that, if we're Houston Community College vocational, so is it, when does it become Houston City? How's that? This
it'll,
is just kind of a
it'll be
sidebar.
official August the 20th. Our Board of Trustees will create a resolution to officially name it Houston City College.
Okay, so we're still staying with Houston Community College now with.
That is correct.
with all this.
While we wait for that, I think it's great that you had so much support here present for the text board meeting. It seems like everyone's committed to the success of the students.
So you can see why we have our general counsel with us, and we have to do everything the correct legal way. And so we have our motion about the school, and then that criteria that's attached in a letter is that information, and we just have to make sure our motions are correct.
Yeah, if you're ready to make a motion, I would.
Hello, everybody. Let's do this again. I'm Ellie Adamson. I'm one of the board members that represents RN Practice, and I move to grant initial approval to the Houston Community College Vocational Nursing to Associate Degree Nursing Education Program in Houston, Texas, with an initial cohort of 30 students each fall beginning in August of 2025, and a similar cohort of 30 students each January.
This is Daryl Chambers. I second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, if you'll please vote. And let the record reflect that Mary Grace Landrum has recused herself, is abstaining or recused.
You might want to correct that if you can.
Or abstain to recuse.
Can't. Can she change it?
Can she verbally change it? Okay. Okay, and I'm just clarifying, Ken, yours is against? Okay. All right. Okay, so the motion passes. So congratulations of all of your work. I'm sure it's kind of like labor. And so we've delivered the baby without resuscitation. So we're good. And so thank you for being here. Thank you to our consultants for all of your work with this. And we wish you well and good success rates, and your other faculty and people that are here in support. We appreciate your time and effort coming, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are off schedule while we're changing programs. If we could take like maximum 10 minutes and try to keep it 5-ish. And we'll be ready for 3.2.5B, Northeast Lakeview College and Universal City Associate Degree Nursing Program. And Dr. Ayers, I think, is coming in on that. No, Northeast. We will now consider a proposal to establish a new nursing education program. Agenda item 3.2.5B, Northeast Lakeview College and Universal City Associate Degree Nursing Program. I think we have Dr. Ayers. We have Dr. Hooper. Present, great. So under section 301.157 of the Texas Occupation Code, the Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from Northeast Lakeview College to establish a new nursing education program in Universal City, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from Northeast Lakeview College will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff has received no such requests. The proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. Persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education program will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent, and if you're addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to board staff via email. So will the representatives of Northeast Lakeview College Nursing Education Program raise their right hand to be sworn in? Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you. So now we have Dr. Hooper.
Yes, thank you very much. We made some shifts in our presentations today because Dr. Verwart is on the way to Georgia to get married this weekend.
Oh.
So she did the work, all the work on this proposal, and then she left it with me. So I'm happy to do this. I had no idea where Northeast Lakeview College was or Universal City, Texas. So I had to do some looking. They're a part of the Alamo College District of 5 colleges in the San Antonio area. They're classified as a college or university. You'll notice that they don't have the junior college, so they're a different category. This is the newest college in the group, founded in 2007. A few months ago, or maybe a year ago, we approved Palo Alto at one of the board meetings. They're also in the San Antonio, in the Alamo College District. San Antonio College is also in the district, as well as St. Philip's, Northwest Vista. Universal City is a suburb of San Antonio and located adjacent to Randolph Air Force Base. The Northeast campus is proposing to establish a new ADN program to meet the healthcare needs of the surrounding community. They're regionally accredited by SACS, and they have approval from the coordinating board to grant the associate degree. The associate degree will span 5 semesters of 60 credits. The first semester focuses on general education, and then the nursing curriculum includes a combination of lectures, labs, and clinicals, encompassing 41 lecture hours, 33 lab hours, 40 practicum and intern hours, and those are in credit hours. 1840 contact hours and 60 semester hours in all. They're planning to use the Texas concept-based curriculum, and they're grounded in the DEX. They have secured clinical affiliating agreements with a number of hospitals. Crystal Salisbury, DNP, MSN, RN, the proposed ADN executive director, meets all requirements of Rule 215.6. She's previous program director's experience, lots of it. I've been talking to her, as well as adjunct faculty experience. The proposal requests permission to admit 30 students once per year starting in fall 2025. The planned enrollment would maintain a cohort of 30 for the first 3 years, and in 2028, they propose an increase in their cohort size. I will now ask the Northeast Lakeview College representatives to introduce themselves and share their vision of the new ADM program with you.
Good morning, Madam President and board members. I am Dr. Salisbury, Executive Director of Nursing at Northeast Lakeview College. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present Northeast Lakeview's proposal to begin an Associate of Applied Science and Nursing program. I'd like to start by expressing my deep appreciation for the invaluable expertise and support provided by Dr. Ayers and Dr. Verworth throughout this journey. Joining me at the table today are members of NLC's outstanding leadership team, Dr. Garcia, our distinguished college president, Dr. Boyer, our VP for college academic success, and Dr. Dove, our VP for student success. Also in attendance are Dr. Walker, VP for college services, Dr. Rigsby, Dean for academic success, and Jennifer De La Cruz, our first nursing faculty member who enthusiastically embraced her new role and has been instrumental in crafting this proposal. I'd like to recognize the dedicated faculty and staff joining our campus watch party. Go Nighthawks! While researching a rationale for the program, I was inspired to use the nursing process as a framework and began with assessment. Northeast Lakeview College's vision is to be a transformative force empowered by education to meet the dynamic demands of the future. To support this vision, NLC performs a regional needs assessment of the areas we serve, including Bexar, Guadalupe, and Comal counties. Key findings indicated strong population growth in all counties with high volume and high growth occupations concentrated in healthcare, and recommended development of healthcare programs. I also researched data that supported the need for the program. For example, the 2023 Texas Workforce Commission report on Texas growth occupations supports the need as it identified healthcare and social assistance expected growth of over 23% by 2030. Registered nurses are the largest occupation by employment in this industry and have a projected increase in employment of over 17% by 2030. NLC is poised to respond to the shortage of nurses in Texas. Next, I assessed the community support of a nursing program, reaching out to the local ISDs and hospitals in the area. The superintendents of Seguin and Comal ISDs are truly excited about collaborating with NLC as their strategic plans focus on community growth, expanding technology programs, and enhancing career opportunities for students. University and Methodist healthcare systems share their enthusiasm with serving as a clinical site for NLC nursing students, emphasizing the importance of prepared, skilled nurses to address the community's growing healthcare demands. University is opening Retama Park Hospital right in our backyard in the fall of 2027, indicative of the growth and the need in the Northeast area. The program is designed to be completed in 2 years, a total of 60 credit hours, using a face-to-face delivery method. The curriculum is derived from the Texas Nursing Concept-Based Curriculum, grounded in differentiated essential competencies, and adheres to the standards of nursing practice. Every semester includes didactic and clinical experiences that build on past knowledge using a scaffolding approach as students advance through the program, ensuring they are well prepared to meet the demands of the profession. Every clinical course will include simulation and face-to-face experiences, starting the first semester in long-term care. Beginning in long-term care will allow nursing students the opportunity to refine their fundamental skills and collaborate with healthcare professionals in a less complex environment. In the second semester, students will advance to rehabilitation care where they will encounter various patient populations and conditions in collaboration with the multidisciplinary team. In the third and fourth semester, students transition to the acute care setting where they will develop their critical thinking, clinical judgment, and communication skills needed to provide effective and timely care in a dynamic healthcare environment. The nursing program's vision of transforming community healthcare through the advancement of nursing science and the implementation of innovative educational practices aligns with NLC's vision of being a transformative force empowered by education. Students first is one of our 6 values at NLC, so it was imperative to build the program through the lens of a student. Our student body includes students who are military connected, economically disadvantaged, parents, and adult learners, all of whom benefit from enhanced support systems. I reflected on my journey, my nursing journey, as a military wife, working mother of 3, climbing the educational ladder through deployments, and living away from the supportive home. I recall the importance of having nursing instructors as mentors, guiding and connecting me with the essential resources to be successful. It is my goal to pay that forward by providing nursing students with the mentorship and support that made a difference for me. This proposed nursing program is a strategic and compassionate response to regional healthcare needs, drawing strength from college leadership, community support, and a comprehensive student-centered design. By launching this program, Northeast Lakeview College will not only advance its vision of being an educational catalyst, but also produce highly skilled, caring nurses ready to transform healthcare in our region. Next, I'm proud to introduce Dr. Garcia, our distinguished college president of Northeast Lakeview College.
Thank you, Dr. Salisbury. Thank you, Dr. Salisbury. On behalf, first of all, I'd like to say, Madam President, members, it's our honor to be here. And I have the pleasure of serving as president of Northeast Lakeview College, Dr. Veronica Garcia. As you've heard from the passion, her clarity, her unwavering commitment to the nursing program is exactly why we chose her to lead this. She brings that kind of steady leadership and care and the work that this work demands for this program. And before I continue, I'd like to thank a few people. Get here. It is a group of people that are behind you. I have my vice presidents that are here that have really reflected their strength and unity in supporting this program. We have a team that's watching this live, excited. And we also have a sister college, San Antonio College, that their generosity with their nursing program and president came and were thoughtful partners as we developed this program. We are one of 5 Alamo colleges, and we are in the Northeast, and we're the youngest of the 5. Our chancellor, Dr. Michael Flores, and the Board of Trustees have been strong advocates about expanding healthcare programs, especially in the Northeast. And they also demand that we have the metrics to ensure that those students are successful, which has led us to achieve receiving the Malcolm Baldrige Award, not only once, but twice as a system. That is through their dedication of the importance. And so I'm here to speak to you about making sure that why we're here, why this is important to us, and how we plan to ensure that they have the resources they need. And then to all of those that I haven't mentioned in their contributions, your contributions do matter. This vision became a reality through the collective teamwork and shared dedication with the support of the colleges, not only that we are prepared, but that we're ready and fully committed to launching a nursing program that meets the urgent healthcare needs of the region we proudly serve. Our college serves 3 counties, Bexar, Guadalupe, and Comal, and 10 municipalities, including cities like Schertz, Cibolo, New Braunfels, Converse. And all these areas are experiencing a massive growth in these areas. Comal alone will be expected to grow in the next 10 years 90%. And in response to the regional expansion, Northeast Lakeview College is preparing to serve over 20,000 students. Our community leaders and hospital systems and city officials have made their message clear. In this region, we need more nurses, and we need them now. The call to action is urgent, and the expectation is clear, and we want to be part of that solution. We have a strong science program that have been remarkably successful and consistently in graduating high-performance students in biology, chemistry, and health-related tracks. These students are eager to pursue healthcare careers, but many are forced to leave our region to find other nursing programs. Over the past 30 years, I've had the pleasure of having relationships with several nursing programs in the state of Texas, Arizona, and Oregon. And it's been my privilege to work with these programs and see firsthand how these programs not only change students' lives, but their families and how it can transform communities. I'd like to share a brief story. When I was in Arizona, I had a 17-year-old young lady who was overwhelmed and desperate. She had just been awarded custody of her 4 younger siblings. Her mother was drug addicted, her father was in prison, and she lived with her 85-year-old grandmother. Her goal was to become a nurse. However, that goal seemed a little bit out of reach because of the time and the money and the expectation. But because the college had a pathway that she could start with her CNA, LVN, eventually she did achieve that, and she was able to not only keep her family, but earn that living wage and become that nursing, that caring nursing that we all like to see when we're the most afraid, when we're at the hospital. And so I saw how that transformed her and how it changed her family and her community. Because of this opportunity, this is the impact that we want to make here. We want to be able to offer that opportunity for building that culture of care, one that aligns to the vision at Northeast Lakeview College of being a center for learning, of workforce advancement, and regional transformation. Our nursing facilities include they're fully equipped with simulation labs, clinical instruction spaces, dedicated student learning environments, and as you can see, we've hired the most amazing executive director. We also have 2 full-time faculty. She mentioned Jennifer De La Cruz, who's here, and we have our second faculty member who is in the final stages of hiring. We also hired permanently lab technician Tyler Johnson, and all of these positions are in hard dollars. They're in our operational accounts. It's important for us that we wanted to make sure that this program not only had the dedicated resources, but the funding to ensure that they could get the supplies, equipment, recruitment, and outreach that they needed. And that to ensure that we launched a strong, sustainable program, one that is designed to serve this region not only for today, but for the future. We are working closely with our healthcare partners, as mentioned by Dr. Salisbury, to provide hands-on clinical experiences that reflect the realities of today's healthcare system. Our curriculum meets Texas Board of Nursing standards, follows national accreditation guidelines, and emphasizes student success and clinical readiness. Our community is behind us, our facilities are ready, our faculty and staff are in place, and most importantly, our students are waiting for the opportunity to pursue their calling as nurses right here at home in Texas. At this time, I would like to ask Dr. Boyer to share about Northeast Lakeview academic strengths and retention, including our strong partnerships with area school districts, and that she has in place to ensure that our students are prepared to begin this program. Dr. Boyer?
Good morning, Madam President, Board of Directors. It is so exciting to be here today to present this program to you. We are very proud of the academic experience that we provide for all of our students, which ensures both academic rigor and the academic support services that are necessary for student success. To demonstrate our students' first commitment, I would like to share with you just a few of our student success metrics. Over the past 5 years, due to the outstanding work of our faculty and academic support teams, our successful course completion rate, which is the percent of all students in all courses who pass with a grade of A, B, or C, has increased to 81.7%, which is the highest historically for NLC and the highest in the Alamo Colleges district. Our persistence rates for our full-time students from fall to the next fall has also continued to increase and is now at 66.1%, which is well above the community college state average of 60.5% and well above the very large community college peer group average of 62.4%. Additionally, our 3-year graduation rates have continued to increase and are currently above the Alamo Colleges district average, the community college state average, and our very large community college peer group average. Now, to speak specifically about the nursing program, we are confident that we will have a continued strong pool of applicants. As Dr. Garcia spoke to, we have a very strong and robust science and biology program featuring high-quality faculty and state-of-the-art facilities. We also have specialized tutoring facilities for our science programs in which both the faculty and professional tutors provide support to our students. Additionally, we have a strong faculty mentoring program across the college, which our science faculty are significantly invested in. We currently have approximately 400 biology pre-nursing majors already enrolled for fall 2025. We are confident that this will ensure our consistent pipeline of potential nursing student applicants with a background in A&P and microbiology that's necessary for success in the nursing program. Additionally, we have a robust dual credit pipeline with currently approximately 2,500 students dual credit enrolled, which provides another potential of strong applicants for our nursing program upon their graduation. And we have received 2 letters of recommendation from our dual credit partners in support of this nursing program. Additionally, for academic support, we have an incredibly strong culture of supporting our students. We currently offer tutoring both in person and online, day and evening for all of our students, and we have embedded tutoring in our high challenge courses such as English composition and college algebra. In addition to this overall tutoring support, we have specialized tutoring support that will be in place for our nursing students through our online tutoring program. This will include TEAS practice test, NextGen NextLess practice exams, and other practice materials including medication quizzes, dimensional analysis, note-taking, nursing and critical thinking, concept maps, and drip rate calculations as an example. Also, to enhance our students' classroom learning outside of the classroom, we have dedicated student funds that are provided for co-curricular activities. In the last academic year, we provided over 30 events that were offered to support our students' learning outside of the classroom. So in addition to our robust academic resources and supports that are in place, my colleague, Dr. Dove, is going to discuss our robust wraparound services that are also available to our nursing students.
Good morning, Madam President, Board of Nursing. I'm Dr. Tangela Dove, and I have the pleasure of serving as Vice President for Student Success at Northeast Lakeview College. Student Success is also proud of the various support services offered to students to enhance students' path from entry to their completion with Northeast Lakeview College. We celebrate our double-digit % enrollment growth over the last 3 years. NLC offers a holistic advising integration approach through a dedicated certified advisor being assigned to students from their entry through their completion, which reduces a student's time to degree, hours, and cost of earning a degree while increasing the number of graduates. A workforce advisor has been assigned to our nursing students cohort that will provide proactive case management and connect them to holistic support services throughout their academic journey at Northeast Lakeview College. For example, advisors' intentionality of student touchpoints leads to a student being 17% more likely to persist from their first fall to their second fall term. To meet the needs of our students, virtual advising, enrollment and onboarding, and advocacy support services are provided to 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday and 5 p.m. every Friday and Saturday. For the last 3 years, NLC students' time to degree for completion has averaged 3.2 years, based on the majority of our students being part-time. NLC's annual degree awards have continued an upward trajectory over the last 5 years with an average of 15%. Our 4-year first-time in college graduation rate for full-time students was at an all-time high of 37.6%, and our 3-year freshman graduation rates for our part-time students is at an all-time high of 21.3%. Student Success also provides wraparound services to remove barriers and address students' essential needs to allow students to be successful as they persist and complete their academic journey. Some examples of wraparound services offered include advocacy services such as food pantry, grab and go, emergency assistance related to tuition and fees, childcare, food, rent, and utilities, a veteran center that provides student support services for veterans and their dependents, and career services. We also have on campus a VIA bus service, and we offer Lyft vouchers for students outside of the VIA bus service area. We have a Bezos Academy, a tuition-free preschool for ages 3 to 5-year-olds on our campus. We have a dedicated scholarship coordinator to provide additional funds, and we offer Alamo Promise that cover Bexar County students that graduate from high school tuition. In addition, we offer parenting student support group and services and pregnant student accommodation. Spring 2025, we had 7.5% of our students that were parenting students, and 19% of those students use our advocacy services. Research shows that students that are engaged on campus are more likely to persist and to complete. Our Student Life Department has 24 student clubs, organizations, and interest groups with 703 members. And we offered 592 campus and virtual events this past fall and spring. So I now open it up for questions from our Board of Nursing.
Okay, board members, any questions? Okay.
I'm Kathy Boswell. I want to welcome you all. I just had a couple of questions to clear up some concerns, or not concerns, confusion on my part, not yours, but mine. When I was looking through your proposal and looking for OB, and I see that University Health System and Methodist, they have women's health and women's care. That can mean many things. It can mean OB, it can mean not OB. So I'm just assuming that's what it meant. That's where your OB will be. You will receive your OB training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. The other question I had, again, just for my clarification, you're going to begin 30 students with 2 full-time faculty and then some adjunct.
Yes, ma'am.
And so those 2 are going to be teaching all the didactic, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then when you add the second cohort, the second 30,
yes,
a year later,
yes,
then you will have 1 more faculty and some adjuncts.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Sounds like you need more full-time faculty, but that's just with 60 students. Thank you.
My president just said that will not be a problem. I'll hold her to it.
I'm sure it won't. I'm just, yeah, and it grows with student needs, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam President, thank you. Thank you, doctors, for being here this morning. I wanted to say that I actually really enjoyed reading all 516 pages of this proposal. It was amazing. It was actually a very, very good proposal. I wanted to thank you for providing the decks the way that you provided them, that I could see that it was throughout your entire curriculum because you have an actual running table for your decks, and I really appreciate that. I also really appreciate your grading scheme for the students. I believe it's actually fair for the students. C equals RN, right? So a little bit about the vendor product that you're using, because I did look at your grades and I see that it says that they're doing modules. Could you explain the vendor product to me? Are you just using the tests to like the comprehensive predictor or the fundamentals? Is that what you're using in the program? And is that really all that you're using that counts as a grade? Because it looked like there was modules in there, but that you're just like, hey, this is, and I'm not saying I agree with that, but you're not grading them, or it looks like you're not grading them because it looks like it's quizzes, exams, and then like a comprehensive final. Is that going to be the plan forever with those products, or how are you integrating them in your program is what I'm asking. Sorry.
That's a great question. we're using ATI to supplement the program. ATI we're using for to assist our faculty in building their own exams. ATI provides an opportunity for you also to input your own questions. And so, as a matter of fact, I was building our dosage calculation questions, and they don't provide enough of information for you. So I love the fact that it lets you adapt your own information. We will have those standardized tests included in our program, but most of the exams will be built by the faculty, full-time faculty. The modules, those modules are used in support of the program, of supporting the curriculum itself. So the modules will be used to enhance education. It's not going to be graded. It's used to enhance the student.
And I very much appreciate that,
Yes,
that's what you're
Yes.
what you're using it for, because that's what it should be used for. But when we talk about those tests, are you using like PAR test or ExamSoft, or are you just going to use ATI's test builder or assessment builder to make those tests? Is that what I'm?
Yes, we are going to use ATI's test builder to build the exams. Yes, sir.
So, but what about your operating system like Canvas or Blackboard? Why not build it through there instead?
Well, that's a good question. This is a new, I will tell you, the program itself is using this concept-based curriculum. This is a new curriculum for me. I come from a background of traditional curriculum. So we want to make sure that we're standard and we understand, and we make sure that we're administering comprehensive exams. So we're going to start, we've already begun by purchasing Nurse Tim to support that curriculum. And we've already prepared ourselves for that concept-based curriculum. With that being said, that alone, that concept-based curriculum, it builds upon itself, and we're using ATI to build those exams.
Thank you. I feel like after reading this though, I know that I only, teach LVNs, but I feel like I could be able to teach in your program. Like I could step in and do that. I felt that this was a very good proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, first of all, Mary Grace Landrum representing the consumer. And again, I want to also compliment you on your DEX maps. They were very comprehensive, well done. And also the strong financials and planning that were in the proposal. Very well written proposal with that focus on student success, and appreciated seeing that. My one question is, and I'm not sure I got that straight, but your 2-year startup program was projecting a net income loss. Was that correct for those first 2 years?
The first 2 years, yes.
Okay.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't have a net income loss, but it was a very small positive. Right?
I might have misread that.
Yes.
And my question was going to be, how will this be supported going forward, and what are your projections?
Right.
So, okay.
I'm
Sounds
sorry.
good. Thank you.
No loss.
Madam President, I just this is just a clarification question. Is your program primarily like traditional on-site, or is it a hybrid program where it's partially online, or?
All face-to-face.
Excellent. I think that's important for a first program.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam President, I enjoyed reading this as well. So I noticed that some of your potential faculty also taught at St. Philip's, which the RN program, I know for a fact, has the concept base, along with SAC has the concept base. I think Palo Alto is the only one that's kind of like a traditional. And the only reason I know that I used to be adjunct at St. Philip's, so I'm familiar with that. So it looks like you're following and looking at the curriculum. Looks only one comment. If I was a student actually going there, I think I would take my English 1301 before I went to level 1 because there's no way I would take an English class in level 1. So it's just, I don't know, something I thought that maybe the advisor could advise them. You might want to get your English 1301. You don't want to take it with RN SG 1128, 25, 16, 1430. You've got a lot of nursing that you gotta, and then all the writing that comes along with the composition 1. That's the only comment, but I enjoy reading the proposal.
I can comment on that. When I was researching for the program, I looked at all of the schools who participate in this concept-based consortium. And many of those schools have a heavy first semester. And as in nursing, I think it's at the beginning of the program where we want to introduce the rigor of the program to students. And if a student can work past that first semester, along with the support of the faculty, the support, any tutoring services that we could provide, I think they will do well. Looking at the concept-based consortium, the schools who scored over 90% had a heavy first quarter. So I remember one of my instructors saying, you get on the train and don't get left behind. But she also said, if you struggle, come to my office and I will help you so you aren't left behind. We have a lot of support services here available at Northeast Lakeview College. And we've worked we work in conjunction with our English department. Jason Malcolm, he's the chair of that department. He's very dedicated to student success.
Yes, just to speak a little bit to specifically English, we do have, as I mentioned earlier, an embedded tutoring program for our English composition specifically that we've been continuing to expand. We also have a writing center specifically to provide support for writing, not only in composition, but all the other courses that are writing intensive. And we have professional tutors. So we have, I'm confident that we have significant resources to support students in English composition.
I think, Drew, did you have a question?
Yeah, I did. Thank you so much. Good morning. I'm Drew Riddle, representing Advanced Practice Nursing. I appreciate you being here. I have a question on page 496. It's a lot of your proposal. It's about the clinical performance evaluation tool, and it's actually more just of a comment. As I read it a couple different times, it appears as though this is a pass-fail or satisfactory, needs improvement, unsatisfactory. But then there's some numbers that seem to be associated with that. And so it looks to me, as I understand it, in order to successfully pass the course, I have to have all satisfactories by the completion of the clinical course. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as a student, I'm looking at sort of through the eyes of the student. If it's either I did it or I didn't do it, the numbers confuse me. So do I average those numbers? But if it's not a 3.0 score across all of those competencies, what if I have a 2.9 and I have one that needs improvement and I don't pass the class? In one place you say the students must have all satisfactory, and then in another place it says they should have all satisfactory. So I'll defer to my attorney colleagues, but I think there's a big difference between must and should. And so shall and should or whatever. So anyway, it's not this isn't a make or break it thing from a approval perspective in my mind, but I think it's something you might really want to go back and clarify, because I can see confusion coming when there's a number, but the number doesn't really matter because it's just a dichotomous yes or no.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's great to have another set of eyes on that. So we will address that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, doctors. I'm Rick Williams. I represent consumers. Listening to your proposal and reading through it, I agree with everybody else. This is very excellent. What I love about your presentation, as well as what is written, is the concentration on, because you're next to military installation, I can use some jargon, which I don't get the opportunity to do a lot here. We used to have what we call the total person concept, TPC, mind, body, soul. You appear to have written into your program the total person concept. When you're serving first-gen college students, they typically don't fail because they're not smart enough. They fail because of environmental factors. I'm hungry. I remember being a scrapping 18-year-old with a meal card that had 3 meals per day. Well, I ate 3 meals at once at that time. Mm-hmm. So when you've got the opportunity for your, college to look out for you in that, that is a key in helping you to be successful, as well as I love how you say you have embedded tutors in some of your programs. To quote Donald Rumsfeld, when we go to college for first-gen students, it's an unknown, and you don't know what you don't know. So if you've got somebody in the program already to help them and tell them what they don't know, well, you can put them on the road to success. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Or if not, any other questions? Is there someone who would like to make a motion?
Ms. Shipp, I just want to say that Dr. Valdez is sitting at the other end of the table. She's our newest consultant, and she accompanied Dr. Verwart on the survey visit.
Oh, okay. Would you like to add anything about that for us? Thank you.
I just can say that I was very impressed with the level of student support that they have talked about. It was very evident across the entire visit. From the moment we walked into the door, they had resources that were laid out through the program or through the facilities for everything that they've talked about, and the spaces for all of those things. And so it was not something that they were just talking about they would like to do or an idea. It was something that they already had implemented and was well into implementation.
Thank you.
And students were using.
Thank you for that. And I'm sorry I didn't ask you already about that. So thank you for your time.
And the other thing that they have I'm a simulation person. They have a simulation lab that was well thought out and well organized and ready for students to be able to practice in the simulation lab across the lifespan with plenty of space and resources.
Thank you. That is great. Okay. Does someone have a motion for me? Okay, Rick.
Madam President, move to grant initial approval to Northeast Lakeview College to establish a new associate degree nursing program in Universal City, Texas. Approve the May 5, 2025 survey visit and impose the conditions/requirements in the attached board order.
This is Ken Johnson. I second.
Thank you. So if there's no other discussion, I do want to say that you're going to be doing 30 students per year and see how you progress with that. And that's what you've got your plan. Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and vote. Mine didn't come up. I don't know. There it is. Okay. So Maisie and Melissa. Okay. So it's unanimous. So congratulations. As I said, for the previous school, it's like giving birth, and I understand, your feelings about being here and in front of us. So good job. And I love the support for the students that you have working in for success. So we wish you well. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, board members. At this time, we have, if the representatives can come forward for Southern Careers Institute in Brownsville Associate Degree Nursing Program, and Beverly Skloss is our consultant, and it's 3.2.5C.
And board members, while we're waiting to get started, I just wanted to draw your attention. There's a paper handout, a summary that Dr. Hooper put together from the Delphi study that she participated in on the quality indicators for education programs. It's also been added to board docs where your policy book, your copy of the MPA and stuff is. So if you ever need that during a meeting, it's a great summary and echoes a lot of the discussions that go on.
I also had Jacob Mayhew, but is that one not there? I guess not. Yeah, so we've got this. We're just connecting our names on here. Okay, hold on one second. So this is a proposal to establish a new nursing education program, Southern Careers Institute in Brownsville Associate Degree Nursing Program. So I will read our information. Under Section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code, the Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from Southern Careers Institute to establish a new nursing education program in Brownsville, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from Southern Careers Institute will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff has received no such requests. The proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. Persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. If you're addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to the board staff via email. So will the representatives of Southern Careers Institute Nursing Education Program raise their right hand and be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Yes. Okay. Thank you. And so Beverly Skloss, our staff consultant, will give us an introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Southern Careers Institute is a private institution. They're requesting to establish an associate degree nursing program at their campus in Brownsville, Texas. Southern Careers Institute was founded in 1960 and is nationally accredited by the Council on Occupational Education. They also have a certificate of approval from Texas Workforce Commission, Career Schools and Colleges Division, and a certificate of authorization from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to grant the associate degree. Southern Careers has 8 campuses in Texas and offers 19 diploma and certificate programs and 1 Associate of Applied Science degree in management. If approved, this will be Southern Career Institute's first nursing program. Teresa Tillman, the proposed Dean of Nursing for the program, has over 17 years of nursing experience as a professional nurse in a variety of healthcare settings. Ms. Tillman spent part of this time in management and leadership roles, including 3 years in professional nursing education. The associate degree nursing program will consist of 350 nursing theory hours and 840 lab clinical hours. 660 of the clinical hours will be hands-on patient care. The general education and general courses will be taught in a hybrid or traditional face-to-face classroom. The program is designed to be completed in 16 months of full-time study. Clinical learning experiences appropriate to the level of education have been secured with the variety of clinical facilities. Hands-on patient care will be faculty supervised in critical care, acute care, post-acute care, chronic care, rehabilitation, long-term care, and community health settings, and includes all of the 5 required content areas: medical surgical, geriatrics, pediatrics, maternal child, and psychiatric mental health. I visited the school building in Brownsville in June. The build-out for the ADN program is modern, with new furniture in the classrooms, skills laboratory offices, and break rooms. The skills laboratory has all new beds, new mannequins, hospital-type equipment. Everything is brand new. It's all been built out brand new, and so it was a real pleasant, impressive facility to go to. Southern Careers is requesting an initial enrollment of 30 students annually beginning in January of 2026 for the first 2 years of operation, so that's 30 per year. At the beginning of year 3, they're requesting enrollment of 2 admission cohorts of 30 students each. And I would also like to add here that they will have a pass rate by the time they get to that 3rd year. So we'll have a pass rate to know that everything's good. I would now ask the school representatives to introduce themselves and share their vision of the new Southern Careers Institute Associate Degree Nursing Program.
Good afternoon, Matthew Haas, one of the co-owners of Southern Careers Institute and COO of Southern Careers Institute. And I'd like to acknowledge that one of my partners and CEO of Southern Careers Institute was not able to attend today, Jacob Mayhew, due to some medical reasons. And he extends his gratitude and appreciates the opportunity that we have to be able to meet with the board today. I recognize that we have many new members on this board, and I appreciate the opportunity and the fresh perspective that all of you bring. My goal today is to clearly demonstrate the preparedness and the alignment of Southern Careers Institute nursing program with the state's need and expectations. I'm proud to present that Southern Careers Institute is not only prepared, but exceptionally positioned to launch and sustain a successful Associate of Applied Science and Nursing program. This effort is anchored in Southern Careers Institute, and it's anchored within our mission to close the talent skill gaps by empowering individuals in high-demand careers through employer-tailored training. Our investment in this program aligns with the commitment and with our shared goal of addressing Texas healthcare workforce needs. So let me walk you through the evidence of our financial capability and marketing readiness. We've invested over $800,000 in the build-out of a state-of-the-art nursing and skills simulation labs at the Brownsville location. This includes top-tier equipment, as Beverly just talked about, audio-visual systems, upgraded classroom space, and simulation suites that meet the Texas Board of Nursing standards. Southern Careers Institute has committed line item funding in our institutional budget specifically for this program. The initial setup cost, including building improvements, faculty, recruitment, and student support systems, have already been fully allocated in the internal assets. We're a financially solvent institution with diversified program with clean audits. Based on our tuition estimate of $32,000 per nursing student, one cohort of 30 students will generate $960,000 in revenue, ensuring long-term stability and success. While our tuition may appear higher than some of the public institutions, it's important to understand that the true cost and landscape. Public institutions benefit from significant state subsidies, often exceeding $10,000 per year per student, which is not visible in the student's direct cost. When accounting for both student paid tuition and state contributions, the actual cost to educate a nursing student in many public universities often equals or surpasses our total program cost. For example, an accredited BSN program at UT RGV costs approximately $22,000, but receives over $10,000 in state subsidies, bringing the real cost to more than $32,000. So a traditional 4-year BSN program often have true instructional cost of $72,000 to $88,000. So by contrast, Southern Careers Institute is Southern Careers Institute $32,000 tuition is transparent, all-in cost that reflects the full expense of education without relying on taxpayer dollars. Additionally, we offer a career-aligned, accredited 16-month program supported by extensive student services, state-of-the-art facilities, and personalized mentoring. We've also accepted transfer credits for general education courses, furthering reducing the cost for students who have already completed fundamental coursework. We offer a robust financial assistance option to ensure affordability and access that includes Title IV funding, DASH, Federal Pell Grant, FSEOG, which is Federal Supplemental Educational Opportunity Grant, and direct loans. Veterans benefits using the GI Bill and GI Bill tuition, which covers and is governed by the Department of Defense Tuition Assistance Program. We also have internal grants and scholarships, such as Student Success Grants, High School Best Scholarship, Financial Literacy Grants, Southern Careers Institute Military Grant, Sponsors Grant, Need-Based, and Career Opportunity Grants. Additionally, to reduce the out-of-pocket cost for students, our program allows students to transfer in prerequisites, general education courses from other colleges, and this is a strategic move that helps lower the tuition and cost for students' loans and debt burden. Beyond financial accessibility, Southern Careers Institute offers robust student support services, including mentoring and remediation programs, academic advising, career service with job placement assistance. These services, students succeed both in the classroom and in transforming to employment upon graduation. Southern Careers Institute is implementing a comprehensive multi-channel marketing campaign to ensure strong enrollment for this program. We do that by TV, radio, digital display, social media, and print media, local high school, career fairs, and community outreach, and organic, social, and online engagement. We also have a unique advantage at Southern Careers Institute, which we graduate over 700 medical and medical assisting and nurse aid students annually in the Valley, in the Rio Grande Valley. These students form a built-in pipeline for the Associates of Applied Science in the nursing program. We view the new program as a professional development pathway for them, strengthening both enrollment and community impact. Our Brownsville campus was established in 1998 and is deeply embedded in the community. We have built a long-standing trust and have signed clinical agreements with multiple hospitals and long-term care facilities. We are deeply committed in the collaboration and commitment. Our clinical affiliation agreements were designed with existing providers to complement but not conflict with our current programs. Our schedule flexibility, including weekend clinical rotations, ensures that we do not encroach upon the weekday placement capabilities. We're focused on expanding access, not replacing what already is working. We're ready. And in summary, over $800,000 has already been invested in simulation and lab infrastructure, fully budgeted, program backed by corporate commitment and financial reserves, extensive federal and institutional student financial aid options, aggressive Multi-platform marketing campaigns are already in motion, a loyal student and alumni base providing a strong recruitment foundation, deep community integration, and multi-signed clinical affiliation agreements. And in closing, we are just not financially capable. We are missionally driven and strategically aligned. Our program is designed to uplift the region, empower students, and produce competent, compassionate, registered nurses who will align and serve in the community. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I also look forward to your questions. But I'm going to turn the time over to our campus director, Jeremy Baldwin.
Good morning, Madam President, and to the rest of the board members. Again, my name is Jeremy Baldwin. I am the Senior Campus Director for Southern Careers Institute in Brownsville. I would like to thank you on behalf of just listening to us today to present our program. I have lived in Brownsville for 6 years now. I am very embedded into the community, and I know what this program would do for it. We grad out over anywhere between 90 to 100 MA students each year. This gives us an opportunity for them to grow and have another stepping stone, with us being the first potential private institution to have an associate degree program in the city of Brownsville. Brownsville is set, I think, by 2030 to be over 200,000 people populated, which will be the biggest. It has been named one of the biggest industrial opportunities in the United States, from my understanding, of top 5. But we are very excited about what we're going to be able to do, given your approval. And then I'm going to turn it over to the hands of Ms. Tillman.
Good day, Madam President, members of the board, and all attendees. I'm Teresa Tillman, Proposed Dean of Nursing for Southern Careers Institute, Associate of Applied Nursing Science. It's an honor to be here with you today. I give thanks to the Texas Board of Nursing, Ms. Glass, Dr. Donnelly, Dr. Hooper, and Ms. Ernst for your time, energy, and support during this process. With more than 17 years of nursing experience in education and servant leadership, I'm excited to collaborate with Brownsville community and my current mentors listed on page 62 of the proposal, with every intention to utilize my educational, professional, and personal experience so that I may serve a unique opportunity to contribute to the success of this program. The mission of SCI Nursing is to prepare professional nurses to provide safe, compassionate, and holistic patient-centered care using evidence-based interventions and sound clinical judgment for individuals and families in various healthcare settings across the lifespan. The program of study, section 5 of the proposal, details the program outcomes which stem from the differentiated essential competencies, the DECs. This program is designed to be delivered through face-to-face, online instruction, and faculty-supervised hands-on clinical experiences in a variety of healthcare facilities. Survey results in Appendix A and B of the proposal revealed 422 vacancies annually from our small sample of healthcare employers, with projections of continued need in RGV due to expansion of hospital services, staff turnover, and population growth. These job opportunities for full-time entry-level nursing positions are suited for student populations we wish to serve in the Brownsville-Harlingen metropolitan area. The total number of ADN graduates from programs in this area averages around 55 students annually, which does not meet the demand for registered nurses in the area. Survey results also identified interest from potential students that displayed a desire to attend SCI full-time in pursuit of a nursing degree, many while working. Our goal is to develop students with critical thinking, problem-solving, and leadership skills necessary to alleviate the nursing shortage that confronts healthcare today, while making the program flexible for work-life balance. Candidates will be ranked based upon point criteria for the TEAS admission exam, residence, GPA, prerequisite course completion, optional coursework, healthcare training or certification, interview with the Dean of Nursing, and completing all basic requirements. We plan to admit one cohort of 30 in 2026, another 30 in 2027, and double thereafter upon full approval. The nursing program is comprised of 4 15-week terms, a total of 16 months of full-time study. The curriculum follows a linear progression, making each term a prerequisite to the next, as seen on pages 38 through 51 of the proposal. The course schedule is in Appendix R. Students will participate in a 2-day orientation. The first portion will consist of general instruction, standards, and expectations. The remainder of the time will focus on resource management, the student handbook, syllabi, and tips for success. Faculty members are essential to this program. 2 full-time and 1 adjunct will be hired for year 1. Additionally, 2 full-time and 1 adjunct for year 2. All new faculty will have an introductory period of 90 days to become acquainted with the curriculum, review process, technology, policies, procedures, student management, professional development, and total program evaluation methods. It is essential that faculty understand just how valuable they are to program outcomes, decision-making processes, and their impact on student nurses. Program curricula is faculty-driven and learner-centric. With that in mind, SCI faculty will have opportunities to review the curriculum and participate in any revisions. We respect faculty academic freedom in alignment with nursing program objectives. Each term provides coursework organized into broad areas of concentration: patient care, clinical nursing skills, nursing care of specific populations, as well as professional nursing, detailed in Appendix U. Our duty to safeguard the public fuels the focus to provide ample opportunity for the students to develop their critical thinking skills by utilizing lab, simulation, and clinical experiences to reiterate key nursing concepts. Our proposal in the program has a total of 7 didactic courses with corresponding clinical components, providing a nearly 1-to-3 ratio of theory to clinical hours, with a high focus and priority on clinical. Examinations consist of NCLEX RN-style multiple choice and alternate item format questions. The difficulty level of content and exam questions structured according to Bloom's taxonomy of cognitive levels. Progress through the 4 terms of core nursing concepts. In compliance with the Texas Board of Nursing Education Guideline 3.6.4, no standardized exam shall constitute more than 10% of a course grade, be used as a graduation requirement, or deny a student's affidavit of graduation as detailed out in faculty and student handbooks. Our learning resources include F.A. Davis, ATI-TEAS, and ATI Comprehensive. Clinical learning experiences are a major focus for our future students. Our affiliating agencies were selected to provide learning opportunities to meet curriculum, course, and unit objectives, pages 57 through 61. The city of Brownsville and the nearby city of Harlingen is home to many acute care, multi-service, long-term post-acute, and rehab hospitals, as well as extended stay facilities, ambulatory care clinics, and doctors' offices. 9 healthcare facilities have signed an affiliation agreement with SCI for clinical instruction for professional nursing students, with more anticipated in the future. Our current facilities allow students an opportunity to gain exposure to all necessary specialties and levels of care required for the program. We have considered the need to adjust scheduling based on clinical slot availability, as well as staffing considerations to maintain a 1-to-10 faculty to student ratio. We anticipate a mixture of clinical time slots ranging from day, evening, or night shifts. We will, however, advocate for day shifts to provide a maximum hands-on opportunity during a time when more patient care needs are present and generally more activities on the nursing unit. The impact of our program on community clinical resources should be minimal considering our cohort size, clinical accommodations for current affiliates, and flexible scheduling. Furthermore, the enrollment of qualified applicants to our new program should not negatively impact the ability to the other ADN program to fill their enrollment to capacity, based on the growing number of qualified applicants that are denied admission due to a lack of available seats, as shown in Section 1 of this proposal. The vision for the program is to remain learner-centric and provide quality instruction to a consistent number of students, to establish a reputation for high academic standards, graduates that are competent in knowledge, skill, and ability as beginning registered nurses. The educational focus will be on retention, matriculation, and graduation, leading to a consistently high percentage annual pass rate on the NCLEX RN licensure exam above 80%. Coaching, mentoring, and remediation are vital to the success of the student. We commit to providing space and time dedicated to frequent check-ins, individualized study plans, progress reports, weekly clinical feedback, advisement, and career services support. SCI has student support departments that will play a role in aiding students. The admissions team will support new applicants through the enrollment process. The Department of Education, led by Maria Ibanez, offers support for high-risk students and is available to provide community resources for students that experience social determinant of health declines. The Compliance Department, led by Jody Cowan, will work with the students to provide reasonable accommodation for a learning deficit or other similar need. Career Services, led by Mariana Tovar, assists with academic support services related to resume builds, interviewing, writing skills, and career planning. The nursing faculty will have content review sessions, tutoring, and open office hours to future support the students' progress. The students will have visibility to their current academic status and receive individual advice to develop a remediation plan when their progress is not satisfactory. Progress reports are issued every time a student fails a test. The second time a student fails a test, a progress report will be issued along with a faculty member providing an academic advisement meeting. The student will assist in self-identification of areas of improvement and self-identify obstacles to their learning. The faculty will help identify obstacles as well, like special accommodations, work, family, school balance for time management and related considerations. The progress report will document steps required for a remediation, things like study strategies, skill or technique practice in the lab, additional modules or activities associated with online resources for the course and other appropriate measures. This allows the student and faculty an opportunity to develop a plan for improvement through the required remediation activities as needed prior to final evaluation. It is always our goal to provide learner support for every learner we have in the program. We encourage professional development. To continue this investment in our future students, we have established an articulation agreement for SCI graduates to attend the American College of Education BSN program and will coach anyone interested in pursuing that pathway. Southern Careers Institute is dedicated to the nurses of tomorrow, and we look forward to the opportunity to impact Brownsville healthcare community in a positive way and contribute to the overall success of the nursing profession. We truly appreciate your time and attention and welcome any questions from the board.
Thank you. Questions, board members? Ms. Boswell?
Kathy Boswell. I did have a couple of questions, and then you just brought up the BSN articulation. That is an Indiana-based school that you had that articulation agreement with for the RN to BSN. Do you have any Texas schools that you've approached, or there possibility of?
We do. We're working on 2 right now. So we do have Christine Ramirez. She's in charge of kind of that negotiation right now.
Okay.
So we're working with 2 in our area, immediate area for that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have to ask this question. I'm sorry. I have to ask. What do you do with the Department of Health, Wellness, and Animal Services?
So that is going to be part, and that's a great question. So Dr. Arturo is the lead over there. And so when I first came down to the Brownsville community and started talking, one of the important things, right, in nursing is community health. And so one of the things that they do is they help the community in Brownsville eat better. So they have a facility there in the middle of the city, and they have these meal plates, and they teach the community how to eat right, how to portion your food. So that's just one example of some of the community service that I plan to get our students involved in, and also my family. So we're going to be volunteering there too, because it is a really good idea to eat healthy, right? It gives us a long life. So that's just one example of the community health that we'll be involved in there.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I wondered about that for a while.
I would like to add that, and I think it's known everywhere, but we have one of the highest rates of diabetes in the nation in the Rio Grande Valley. So that's a real important nutritional teaching, good for nursing students. I just wanted to add that.
So they provide food for animals too?
They do have an animal services section, and it's very interesting because they label it to be all encompassing, but they have the community side for the humans, and then they have the community side for the animals.
Right.
We'll be working on the human side though. Okay.
I mean,
the tacos are dangerous down there.
Well, loving care is loving care, no matter what creature.
Okay, other questions?
Madam President, I just had a question. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the proposal. It was a good read. I did have a concern, and it is based on the 2 full-time faculty, 1 adjunct, and I'm wondering if the instructor workload is going to be too much. And the reason I say that is because you said it's full-time, face-to-face, and then you have clinicals on weekends, or will have clinicals on weekends. That's a lot for 2 instructors and 1 adjunct.
Yes, Ken, and I'm glad that you brought that up. One of the things that the leaders are is flexible. So we know that it's a new program. It's going to take adjustments along the way. And if additional staff is needed, then we're willing to come to the table and see how we can accommodate for that. The other thing is I have selected affiliate agreements with facilities that have weekday daytime slots. Some of them have weekday evening slots, and some we will have to move into the weekend if some of those slots get full. And so it'll be a variety of day, evening, weekend type of accommodations for the clinicals as we approach those settings.
But doesn't that still risk kind of like teacher burnout when they're taking on so much of a role? I just worry as like a warning sign, like attrition, and you kind of want to keep the same staff.
Yes.
And I'm kind of worried. I mean, 30 students, it doesn't seem like a lot, but it is a lot.
It's a whole lot, right?
It's a whole lot. And then, it's 10 students per instructor, and you're going to have 30 students. It's just very difficult. I think it's going to be a challenge for you guys, and it is an area of concern. You might need to hire someone.
I appreciate you saying that, and saying that here in front of Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Haas. They have heard you, Ken, and I know that they are flexible enough to adjust for the success of the program.
Is that correct, gentlemen?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you. The record show. So I'm Ellie Adamson, and so I did look up your school, and I can see that you have several locations throughout Texas, and this will be your first nursing program. So I'm just wondering how you came to select Brownsville as your first location.
One of the things that we wanted to do is find an area that we could really impact, make a big bang, because one of the things that we're seeing in that area is a need for nurses. It is a growing community. Some of the things that are moving in as far as business is going to bring more people. and sometimes more sick people, the need for some of that help. So we're seeing that being future oriented in that aspect, but also just looking at a community that we want to impact for career growth, looking at the disparity that's down there in the sense of economic status, in the sense of education, in the sense of that forward movement. And so we saw that Brownsville is a really good area for us to do the good work of nursing.
And reviewing your proposal, one of the other things I read was that you have scheduled bi-monthly meetings with some of the other successful nursing leaders. And I think that's key because they have experience working with those populations, both the patients and the nurses.
Yeah.
And so they've already committed to that as well?
They have. So I have right here in my possession a Dean of Nursing mentorship document. And so I have their signatures. Melanie Milner and Beth Casper have already signed. We've been meeting monthly for the last 3 months. Also, Jeremy Baldwin has signed it. I also have some other mentors within SCI that are going to help me really pull some of that information in so that we can have a really good tight team as we move forward to the success of the program. And then one extra thing that was very special today, there is the Dean of Nursing program for Divine that just was approved in April. She has come up to support SCI today. And so we are a team. Brownsville is a team of nurses and leaders that want to impact that community in a great way.
Mm-hmm. I think that's great because most often we kind of worry about mentors for the students, but not enough for the leaders that are leading the program. So thank you for sharing that.
It's been so great to have them on board. And let me tell you, they have all been through this process and they've shared so much information, and it helped me to calm my nerves, right? As I'm going through the process. And so I'm just being very observant like a sponge right now and soaking that up. And we'll continue to meet monthly. It is a 12-month mentorship program that they've signed and agreed to. So after the 12 months, I plan to create something like a Dean's Huddle where we can just get together the first Tuesday of every month and just talk, because sometimes you just need to talk with other people who understand, right?
Yes, and I'll just share with you that the Rio Grande Valley does have the South Texas Organization for Nurse Executives, the STONE Council.
Yes,
So
thank you so
something to think
much.
about. Mm-hmm.
Does anyone else have any statements or questions? Okay. If there, oh, yes.
I just wanted to
Dr.
ask
Benton.
a question to any of y'all. Kristen Benton, Executive Director. So in the proposal, there's an org chart, and it appears as if Ms. Tillman reports to Mr. Baldwin, but the job description for the dean indicates Ms. Tillman reports to the CEO. So I just wanted to ask for some clarity on that, really to support her so that she has clarity.
Thank you for that question. Ms. Tillman will be reporting to me on campus level.
I'll speak to that also. She'll have the support of the executive team, but we'll work in collaboration with Jeremy. Jeremy also oversees many different programs at that campus, but it's important that Jeremy and Teresa work as a partnership. But the executive team that we have at Southern Careers Institute is not absent. We're very involved in all of our schools, all of our campuses, and she will definitely have the support, as Jeremy's had the support tremendously in the Brownsville area. Thank you.
Thank you.
We know that's very important, that they have the support, but they are able to run their program as well. So thank you for clarifying that. Any other questions, or if no other discussion, do I have a motion?
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to grant initial approval to Southern Careers Institute to establish a new associate degree nursing education program in Brownsville, Texas, and impose the conditions, requirements in the attached letter and board order. See attachment 2.
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
Thank you. Have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, if you'll please vote.
Thank God
Thank you.
and thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
We're going to go ahead and we have to be back for open forum by 1. And so just try to be back maybe just a few minutes before. Okay. Okay, so those who said you wanted to be part of the lunch, I think it's out there. So if you can, I gave you 20 that you can just do for the tips or whatever. Okay. Okay. Board members, if we can be back a little before 1, that would actually be better if we could do maybe like 10 minutes before or 50, if we can get it done. That would help us with our schedule. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move it down.
We'll have city block. I think I'd have built it on top of that hill.
And Brittany said that from TPAP said that she could go first for us. We've got 7.1.1 Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses Quarterly Report. And Brittany is our program director. Okay, thank you.
Can you all hear? There we go. Now it's on. Good afternoon, everyone. I am here reporting on the third quarter for the Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses, which runs March 1st through May 31st. So just kind of hitting some of the highlights, and then as always, if there are any questions, comments, please let me know. I'm happy to answer those for you all. So looking back at the referral numbers that we had for this quarter, we had a slight increase in our referral numbers from 153 to 162 for this quarter, which is always a good thing. We're getting out there, really talking to employers and academic programs as well as nurses about the importance of seeking help early. Our number of active cases was also increased slightly from 612 to 617 nurses currently in our program at the end of the quarter. We saw an increase in our pre-enrollment contracts being signed, and then our PAs that were signed pretty much remained consistent. In fact, they were consistent. We each had, between last quarter and this quarter, we had 49 new participation agreements signed across the state with our nurses. As far as other things to kind of take into account, we have expanded. One of the big things, I know you all have heard me quarter after quarter, for those of you who have been here, talk about our outreach efforts and our efforts to continue to engage with other nurses in throughout the state. So one of the things that we have done is increase our social media platforms, and we now have, in addition to our LinkedIn, we are out on Instagram and Blue Sky, and have started doing some. I have an awesome team that helps me with that, that have started doing some videos and really trying to engage in multi-generational platforms for outreach. So in addition to that, we started last quarter, we had our second newsletter for our peer support post is what we're calling it. And that's our newsletter where we're really talking to our nurse volunteers, our peer support partners. But it is available on our website and open for anyone to read. Just stories of hope, as well as kind of what's going on in the program, how do you get involved, those kinds of tidbits to just try to keep all of our stakeholders up to date and interested in why they should look at helping to serve and volunteer in the peer support program. Other things to address, are there questions, comments, concerns? What's going on? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thanks, Brittany, for all of your work. It looks great. I saw that there was a mention that you do daily and weekly posts, and when I looked on X, I couldn't find any posts after April of this year. So,
on X?
Is it, yeah.
So they should be going up there. I will double check the platform just to see if they're not being posted.
And I'm a new follower to the TPAP on X, so maybe it was because of that, but I looked a couple times, so thank you. If you just check on that.
Yeah, thank you. No, thank you for letting us know.
I think that just shows you're the sign of the times and what to do to reach people, and we just want more to know about the good work that you do and what's available to help our nurses.
Absolutely.
So that's very, very good.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
We have 2 minutes, so I just want to give you an opportunity. I know that you shared some draft changes to the matrix to improve the program. Can you summarize that for the board in a minute or less?
I will try. Sometimes I've been long-winded, so y'all just give me the cutoff. But yes, the team, I'm incredibly proud of. This team has worked very hard in getting data from a variety of sources and subject matter experts, as well as research, to look at our matrix, which is really our programmatic structure that helps guide us as we match participants to a specific track placement. And it was time. It needed to be addressed and looked at. And some of our goals in doing that were to, how do we make this program, how do we not only keep up with evidence-based practice, but also really continue to push that limit on how do we make it as person-centered as possible, and still have that safety net of accountability and monitoring. So a lot of the changes are around those aspects. We looked at timeframes, length of the program, appropriateness of drug testing, and our ability to be able to utilize an idea of earned advocacy. So as individuals progress through their recovery and through the program, looking at kind of trying to taper off some of those restrictions. In addition, we expanded our mental health offering. We are one of the few programs in the nation that also serves other mental health conditions outside of just substance use disorder. And so we really looked at that and wanted to give an opportunity to expand on the track placement for those that are seeking just support and resources for their mental health. So now we have 3 different tracks under the mental health conditions, where it used to be just one. And one specifically is really as a resource, as more of a resource and help and assistance than a monitoring program. So for those that have a stable mental health condition, but they just could use a little extra support, we now have an option for that. So we are very grateful also to the board for hearing those and getting that out and approved. And we have happily started utilizing that as of last week.
That's very good, very good. So any other questions or anything that you saw looking at TPAP? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You'll have a great day.
We're really proud of you. You've done such a great job, Brittany. Okay. So it is 1:01. And we're going to go into open forum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board, I'm recognizing this time as the beginning of open forum. Normally, this is an opportunity for the public to voice observations and opinions about the regulation of nursing, the approval of nursing schools, and our nursing practice issues which fall under the purview of this agency. We welcome ideas or recommendations about issues in nursing practice or education. The information shared with us will assist the board in its regulatory role. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. Keep in mind, the board's jurisdiction is limited to the approval of schools of nursing, examination, and licensing of nurses entering practice, and the regulation of practicing nurses. Many aspects of healthcare, such as an operation of hospitals and the licensure of practice of healthcare providers other than nurses, are beyond the board's purview. In eligibility and disciplinary matters, the law provides that the board act on the basis of admissible evidence, which is secured and presented within the requirements of due process and the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA. Therefore, during this forum, we cannot receive information about any pending case. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing. At this time, we invite anyone wishing to address the board during open forum to step forward, identify yourself, and present the information that you wish to share with the board. Is there anyone who chooses to speak to the board? So since no one has come forward, it's now 1:04, and I am closing the open forum. So, okay, at this time, we're going to move to agenda item 1. 1.1, which is Dr. Benton's report that we didn't get to do early today.
Thank you, Madam President, board members, and members of the audience. A copy of my full report is on our website within the agenda, so I'll just summarize some of the highlights. Nationally, the Nurse Licensure Compact continues to build traction. Pennsylvania, who had actually enacted legislation a few years ago, was able to implement on July 7th. So when that happens, our staff actually have a lot of work to do that may not seem evident on the surface. What we do is we engage in a letter campaign to notify all of the Pennsylvania residents who hold a Texas single state license to make sure that they know that they may be eligible for a compact license and no longer need to renew and pay for a Texas license in order to practice in Texas. So kudos to staff. They've gotten very rehearsed at this with Washington and Rhode Island recently, so they hopped right on it. Let's see. This legislative session, of course, that the regular session ended on June 2nd, and there will be a special session that starts on the 21st of July. There's a link there in my report to look at details of the agenda items for the special session. Legislative updates. Staff monitored several hundred bills and answered to, just under 100 fiscal note requests. You see a summary of the bills that made it to the end and passed in agenda item 1.3, which Bruce will present in a bit. I just want to say a big thank you to the staff for all the work involved. Staff, let's see. Yes, so item 1.3, we'll present that in a bit. You have a summary of our bulletin this month, which is, of course, digital. It's on our website, and it's pushed to all licensees and any stakeholder who request a copy by email. And on to agency news. Operation Nightingale continues to be a large priority for our agency. As of June 26th, board staff made significant progress by closing out its 100th Nightingale case. There's a summary of the actions that staff have worked really hard and creatively to close out these cases, including licensure denials, inactivation agreements, default revocations, and 23 proposals for decision, meaning these cases actually went to hearing and board staff prevailed. And 32 voluntary surrenders of licensure. So that work continues. And we were very fortunate in the legislative session to receive $850,000 per year for the next biennium to support the ongoing work necessary to address Nightingale. Okay, there's a little mention of a board reorg. Not insignificant, but to better achieve a functional alignment and support the growth of our agency over the past several years, effective August 1st, our licensing and customer service functions, including APRN licensing, which currently is housed in the nursing department, all of those areas will be functionally aligned into one department called the Department of Licensing and Customer Service. This has been an idea for quite some time, and with all the directors' input, staff input, we think this is a good time for that to happen. So we will have a Department of Operations, which will house IT and accounting and our criminal background check functions, and then we'll have a new Department of Licensing and Customer Service. Each of those departments will have a dedicated leader to give those teams the support and leadership that they need. Okay. Staff updates, lots of staff updates. We have some newly hired staff. And the first person I want to introduce was actually, she started back in November, and so she was introduced in January, but could not be at the meeting, but I want you to put a face to the name. This is Vanessa Rodriguez Mendoza. There she is. Yay. So she started, as I said, in November as a criminal justice investigator. She comes to us from Georgia. She graduated from the University of West Georgia with a criminology degree, and she has, in her past employment, worked in law offices and also in education. So thank you, Vanessa, for coming. We also have Yuri Baragan. There's Yuri, okay. She is started with us this summer as a law clerk, and she is working with our agency through the summer. She'll start her 3rd year at University of Texas Law School, and she has previous experience as a law clerk with Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid and as a policy advisor for Austin City Council members, and also has experience in the Texas legislature working for a representative. So we're really glad to have Yuri with us. And then we have Samantha Grams. There's Samantha. Samantha started working with us as an investigator on June 1st. She has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and psychology from Sam Houston State. And she previously worked as a corrections officer at, is it Coman or Kamal? Kamal, County Sheriff's Office. And then we have Kayla Manders. Kayla is an administrative assistant. She started working with us on July 1st. She has earned an associate's degree in early childhood education from Austin Community College, and she was previously employed by the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement for 7 years before coming to the board. Okay. Shifting to the other end of the continuum, we have 3 significant retirements. And I'll start with Bruce Holter. He has been with the state for, 30 years, and with the board, 35, oh my gosh, and with the board for 28 years. And so Bruce is in the sunset of his state employment. I can't say enough about Bruce. He has made many significant contributions during his tenure. Just a few, transforming our newsletter from, old school black and white paper snail mailed to everyone, to a fully colorized, digital, slick, pushed out publication. He has overseen the design of the webpage for all of the history of the board. He is the historian of the Board of Nursing. He put together this beautiful timeline for our 100th year anniversary back in 2009 that lives today as this gorgeous poster that you might see in some people's offices. But more than just the tangible products, he has just been the go-to person for anything Board of Nursing. If you can't get an answer, the referral is go see Bruce. Bruce will know. Go ask Bruce. He's updated each and every change of the Nursing Practice Act during his 28 years, each and every new version of the rule book. Wow. Monitoring thousands and thousands of bills over every ledge session that he's been with the board. And really one of the really actions he's done over the years that really speaks to his character and care for the agency is anytime anyone in the agency has some sort of accomplishment, he hones in on it, and he will, on his own, go and get whatever that is framed and presented to the person, whether it's an article or, that got published. He's just been such a great colleague. So he's going to be dearly missed. And we will have a little something in the afternoon to recognize Bruce. I don't think she's here with us right now. I'm sure she's working. Diane Dougal, who has been a compliance manager for over 25 years with the board. She will be retiring as well on July 31st. She's made many meaningful contributions, including developing and maintaining a robust monitoring program. So she oversees the monitoring of any of the licensees that currently are working off the stipulations of a board order. So she is a huge source of information when these nurses call and need to make sure that what they're doing is going to be the right way to complete that board order. She is the voice of our agency. Okay. And then last but certainly not least, Hemant Macon. Hemant will be retiring as Director of Operations. While his time with us has been just under 2 years, the impact he's made has been remarkable. He has really, I'll use his word, demystified the budget process for all of us, and we are deeply grateful for that. And like I said, he's only been with us for 2 years, but he has been with the state for 30 years. I think his state service started when he was a student at UT Austin, but you worked for A&M. Yeah. And he served as the executive director of the podiatry board. He worked as the deputy executive director at TDLR, the Department of Licensing, and I've lost their acronym, sorry, Licensing and Regulation. He's worked as the Director of Administrative Services and Licensing for the Board of Pharmacy and many other significant roles. We will miss his zeal and passion for all things legislative process and budgeting. We've learned so much, and we will miss you. Thank you, Emmett.
And also his spreadsheets that are like a rainbow and that are long and little bitty. And he got us all organized. So great job. Great job.
Okay, now looking forward, we have 2 staff promotions I want to share. First is Nicole Buckingham. Nicole, if you'll wait. So Nicole has accepted the position to take on as Director of Licensing and Customer Service. Nicole will begin her new role on August 1st. And just to tell you a little bit about Nicole, she was one of my first hires. Very proud. She actually was hired initially as an advanced practice consultant. And quickly, like months into that position, everyone realized what an organizational genius she was. And we decided, you know what, we need her to oversee the licensing for APRNs, which is a very complex licensing process. So she has been in that leadership role since 2013, and I can't think of a better person to take on this new responsibility. I won't read everything to you, but you've got her bio there. Thank you, Nicole. We're really looking forward to your leadership. And then Giselle, where's Giselle? There she is. Okay. Giselle Gonzalez has accepted the position to start as our new Director of Operations, and on August 1st. She has worked tirelessly over the legislative session with Hemant, mentoring her all the way. So she could not, we couldn't be more lucky, considering the fact that we are losing a wonderful Director of Operations. We are gaining his legacy. So thank you. Giselle's been working as a budget and policy analyst, and really, like I said, really hit the pavement during session. And I feel like our session, we keep saying anything that could happen did happen. So it was a wonderful learning experience. Prior to working as our policy and budget analyst, she was an accountant with the HHSC. And prior to that, we call that her study abroad. Because prior to that, she was with our agency at the Board of Nursing for 14 years. She's served in various roles. She knows the whole agency, from enforcement to licensing to budget. So we are so blessed to have Giselle with us. Thank you, Giselle. Okay, a few other highlights. I just want to give a shout out. We have a fundraising charity committee. I think Brian Miller's here. He's a member of that committee. I don't think we have anyone else there from that committee, but they have just done an outstanding job to really pull in the charitable hearts of our staff. They constantly have some really creative project going to engage staff. They've done things like a March Madness event, chili cook-offs. They raised money to donate to an adoption, a dog adoption shelter, money to donate to American ex-prisoners of war. They are working right now to raise money toward a project called Holiday Wishes, which is a project in collaboration with the State Agency Council and the Governor's Commission for Women. And so we're raising money throughout the year to try to fulfill holiday wish lists for as many children who are in foster care as possible. So far, they've raised over $2,600. And then, of course, they immediately pivoted and put together a flash fundraiser for Austin Pets Alive, which is has been going to Kerrville to rescue animals who have been abandoned. And there's another new one going on, which has already escaped my short-term memory. But I just want to say a big thank you, and I just am proud. I'm really proud. And then last but not least, I want to, she will not be happy that I'm doing this, but it's very significant. We have Karen Prendergast, who is a nurse investigator in our enforcement department. She volunteers with a group called the Alamo Area Search and Rescue Team. This is a nonprofit organization that is comprised of both human and canine volunteers, and they're specially trained to deploy on search and rescue and search and recover efforts. And she was out there on July 5th with her companions, and really just a beautiful human being, just out there doing really, really tough stuff. So I just want to recognize her. And I think that's all I can say. Thank you. Any questions?
Tearjerker. Goodness. Okay, and so we have South College at 1:30, and I don't know if can we do Okay, so we ran over this morning with our schools, and so we're a little rushed and trying to get as much done, but still handled like we need to. So let's look at TPAP and I saw Brittany's back there. The contract, and let's see who's doing that. Brian is doing that. Okay. And that's 7.1.4. Uh-oh, whoops. Whoa. Oh, vendor. Yeah, sorry. Consideration of selection of vendor for peer assistance service for Texas nurses. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam President, board members, staff, and members of the public. I am Brian Miller, Assistant General Counsel for the board. The purpose of this report is to seek the board's approval to contract with the Texas Nurses Foundation for peer assistance program services for Texas nurses. The agenda item is not new, as it was presented in July of 2021, which would have been the last time that these services were competitively bid. Current contract with the Texas Nurses Foundation terminates at the end of this fiscal year, which is going to be August 31st, and board staff is required to competitively bid the services for a new contract. Board staff requested and received delegation of authority to pursue these services from the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts. And then on May 28th, 2025 in this year, staff issued an RFP, request for proposals, to procure these services. We posted this on the Electronic State Business Daily, which is the ESBD, and staff advertised a solicitation on these publications in order to reach the most number of vendors. Closing date for that RFP and to submit responses was June 27th, 2025. We gave respondents 30 days to prepare their proposals in accordance with the Comptroller's Guide and other applicable law. One response which was submitted was from the Texas Nurses Foundation. Staff evaluation committee was formed and reviewed the response in accordance with the government code and, as stated earlier, the Comptroller's Procurement and Contract Management Guide. The committee also reviewed the response to ensure it met all of the requirements for the RFP, which they found that it did. And so as the government code and the General Appropriations Act both require the governing body, which is y'all, to approve a contract over $1 million, board staff is now seeking the board's approval to contract with the Texas Nurses Foundation for these services. I'm happy to answer any questions you all have.
Yes, Drew.
Brian, thank you. It was a pleasure to look at the 2,093-page RFP. Is it common to only get, this is my first cycle when we've done this, is it common to only get one entity responding to an RFP? Is it sort of a normal process, or would you have expected to have seen, more sort of choices, I guess?
It's a good question. From time to time in past proposals, for example, in 2021, we also only received one response, and that was from TPAP. But for other procurements, it may be one, it may be two. It just depends.
I mean, I imagine this is a pretty niche. It's not like there's a million vendors that do this, but I was just curious. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Madam President? Mm-hmm. Quick question, Brian. I couldn't find it. There was a reference to reporting of hubs, but I couldn't find that in there.
In the response from TPAP?
Yeah. Did they?
They didn't submit a hub, but we have been in talks with them. Brittany was just here about them possibly organizing and applying to be a hub.
Sounds great.
Yes, ma'am. As a woman-owned business, yes, ma'am.
You bet.
Any other questions, board members? If there are no other questions, do I have a motion, please, on this item?
This is Drew Riddle. I move to approve the Texas Nurses Foundation as the awarded vendor of request for proposals number 507-25003 for peer assistance services for Texas nurses, and authorize the executive director of the board to prepare and execute a 2-year contract with the option to renew for one additional 2-year period without the need for additional rebidding process.
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
So I have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
Let me add something about this is the question about the hub, and this is Nurses Foundation is a nonprofit. I don't think you're really going to have that type of information. Obviously, that's all part of the procurement process where you have to ask those type of things. But I just wanted to clarify that it's unlikely.
Right. No, I understand that, but it was in their ask, so I
Yes,
would think
it's
you
asked
might
because
address
it
it.
has
Yeah.
to be asked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm. It's an element of all those.
We have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, if you'll please vote. Manny, did you? It's not coming up. Did you get it? Okay. So motion carries. Thank you very much for that. And
Hang on a second.
Okay.
Brian, when did you start with the Board of Nursing?
June of 2020.
Brian has resigned his position on the 22nd. He's taken a job with the county. And we want to recognize him, appreciate all of his hard work, and wish him luck.
Thank you, Dusty. I appreciate it.
we will now consider a proposal to establish a new nursing education program. It's agenda item 3.2.5D, South College in Dallas, Associate Degree Nursing Program. And so if South College representatives will make their way to the and our representative is going to come in from on Zoom, and will make their way to the and I don't. Do we have their forms? And our representative is going to come in from on Zoom, and that's me. Will make their way to the and I don't. Do we have their forms? And our representative is going to come in from on Zoom, and that's me. Will make their way to the and our representative is going to come in from on Zoom. Daryl? Bruce? I don't know what's happening. They're in the mm-hmm. Virginia?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Well, yes, we can. We're maybe looking for you.
Okay. I see myself on my camera. Am I not visible there?
Virginia? There you are. Yay. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Can you see us?
Okay. Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, great. So
am I not visible there?
Yes. So now I will.
Yes.
We're getting some feedback. Just hold on a second, and then I'm going to read my beginning.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, they said you need to close out. We're getting some feedback. Just hold on a second, and then I'm going to read my beginning. Is anyone else on? Is everybody have their microphones off but me?
Okay, they said you need to close out.
What do you want her to do?
Should I leave and come back in?
No, wait.
Okay.
He's going to check. Technology. Just love it when it works. And the fact that we can stream this to anyone who wants to watch is great.
There seems to be a bit of a delay from my side.
Yes, and there was an echo, so we're...
For some reason, I think the YouTube channel is coming in later somewhere in this electronic world. And I think they need to identify that. Virginia?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that we are hearing you in real time.
No, there is a delay. Let me
No.
make
No, you can hear us in real time.
Okay. Okay. It seems like my face and my sound are not consistent, but so should I begin, or Kathy Ship needs to swear in everyone?
Virginia, it sounds to me like you're watching something that's delayed.
I don't have my TV on.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to do my part first.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. This is a public hearing for a new nursing program. Under Section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code, the Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from South College to establish a new nursing education program in Dallas, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from South College will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. The members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff has received no such requests. Proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. Persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 20 minutes to make their presentations. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. If you are addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to the board staff via email. So, will the representatives of South College Nursing Education Program raise their right hand and be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you for that. So now we will recognize Dr. Ayers from the board staff.
Thank you, Madam President and board members, and thank you especially for allowing me to participate virtually. South College is proposing the establishment of a new associate degree nursing education program in Farmers Branch, Texas. South College is a private academic institution with 9 physical campuses throughout the United States. South College is regionally accredited by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, or SAC-COC. In addition, the institution has received authorizations from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to award the associate degree. The proposed program will be housed in a newly leased 56,000 square foot facility, which includes 2 large classrooms, 1 smaller classroom, and several computer laboratories. The simulation labs are well equipped with a range of high, mid, and low fidelity mannequins, including 1 advanced fidelity simulator. The associate degree program will be delivered over a 24-month period, and this is inclusive of both prerequisite and nursing courses. The curriculum consists of 49 credit hours, including 292 theory hours, 80 laboratory hours, and 474 clinical hours. And these are all distributed over 8 academic quarters. The proposal confirms that the differentiated essential competencies, or DECs, are seamlessly integrated into the associate degree program, the student learning outcomes, and individual course objectives, and thus ensuring alignment with Texas board standards. South College has secured 15 clinical affiliation agreements with an array of healthcare partners, including acute care hospitals, outpatient clinics, rehabilitation centers, and a children's hospital. Additionally, the proposal outlines partnerships with 38 medical surgical sites and 7 specialty care settings. The proposed ADN program has been developed by Dr. Becky Small, who will be identified as the Associate Dean of Nursing for South College. Dr. Small brings more than 35 years experience as a professional nurse, a nurse educator, and a nursing program administrator. In particular, she recently served as the academic dean of a successful Texas RN program. South is requesting multiple enrollments each year. This is to allow ongoing readmission for students who fail a course or pause their education. Specifically, this proposal is requesting an initial enrollment of 50 students in fall 2025. Further, South College is requesting an annual enrollment of 200 students in 2026, spread across 4 quarterly cohorts. Rationale presented in the proposal states that South College was approved by the North Carolina Board of Nursing in January 2025 and the Indiana Board of Nursing in February 2025 to enroll 200 students annually. At this time, I would ask the representatives from South College to introduce themselves and to share their vision of this new associate degree nursing program with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ayers. Good afternoon, Madam President, board members, and staff. My name is Dr. Becky Small. I'm the Associate Dean for Nursing at South College campus in Dallas. Thank you for allowing us to be here today as we seek approval to implement the ASN program at the South College Dallas campus. We want to thank all of our wonderful board nursing consultants that we are working with, Dr. Ayers, Dr. Verwoerd, and Dr. Hooper. They are among the best. We appreciate your recommendation for our initial admissions. Should we continue with the one? Okay. We are asking for your consideration for 20 maximum of students for fall 2025 and 120 maximum students for calendar year 2026. As you can imagine, we are hard at work putting our resources in place for the success of this program. These include quality clinical affiliations and building those relationships, fulfilling our faculty hiring plan, finishing our beautiful physical facility, and bringing all of our School of Nursing best practices into use as we capitalize on our institutional experience. To provide some more information about South College, I'll turn it over to Dr. Hall.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Hall, and I serve as the Vice Chancellor for Institutional Advancement and Effectiveness at South College. I have been privileged to be a member of the institution and just passed my 30-year anniversary with the institution, so obviously I've seen many changes over the years. Much like they say about raising a child, evolving and growing an educational institution takes a village. And so not only are those present today here at this table, but we have others in the audience. We have Mr. Steve South, our Chancellor of South College, back here. We have Mr. John South, a Principal for South Education Associates. Mr. Brad Adams, who is the South College Chief Operating Officer. Mr. Neil Heatherly, who is South College Vice President for Healthcare Strategies, and he also serves as our Knoxville Campus President. Mr. Turner South, who is the Campus President for our South College Dallas campus. And Dr. Chris McCracken, who is the South College Dallas Dean of Academic and Student Services. So again, it takes a village to do everything. South College has a long history. We've actually been in existence for more than 143 years. And currently we have over 17,000 students pursuing programs from certificate level to doctoral level. And we've actually have 10 physical campuses now. We have one more than when our application went in 7 different states, plus online and competency-based educational programs. South College is accredited by SAC-COC as a Level 6 institution, which means we're a doctoral granting institution. South College entered nursing education all the way back in 2004 with the approval of our BSN program. And so in 2016, we added our MSN program, which now has 5 concentrations, all in the MP area and nursing informatics. We also began a practical nursing certificate program. We started our DNP program in 2020, which has pathways for postmaster's students as well as nurse anesthesia students. And then in 2023, we started the ASN program at the behest of those and our clinical affiliates telling us how badly they needed RNs. And our ASN program has become our largest program, but we have a total of 5,000 students across all programs in nursing education programs. Our focus is always on outcomes for our students, and we particularly monitor new programs. 2024 was our first graduating year for our ASN program, and for the 3 campuses who had graduates, we had a cumulative 89% completion rate or graduation rate for those cohorts, and we had an 88% first-time pass rate on the NCLEX. We feel like that's a strong out of the gate for our new curriculum. However, we are constantly working to keep that, to always raise that. We are currently offering the ASN program at 8 of our campuses, and we have seen from those campuses that we start out and the applications from students gradually ramp up. And therefore, we're consistently evaluating what our resources are, what we need, how many students we think will be interested in starting our program. And so as Dr. Ayers indicated, when we submitted our initial application, we did submit to start 200. We have amended that to ask for today, to ask for us to start 120 students in 2026. We've analyzed, looked at all the students in our pre-nursing program, looked at those that are interested in ASN. And so we feel like that that number would give us flexibility to serve the students who are applying. So we'll talk now a little bit more about the resources, the major resources that we know are needed to implement and be successful with this program. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Skinner and Dr. Small.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Tiffany Skinner. I serve as the Dean for Nursing at South College. I have been a nurse. I'm in my 25th year now. I've been a part of nursing education for the last 10 years. I'm also an advanced practice nurse and joined South College team back in 2018. To speak to the resources that we have at South College in nursing, we're very cognizant of what that takes to build our programs and to ensure that we are developing safe and competent nurse clinicians. We think about that on a daily basis as nurse leaders across our campuses and our states. Dr. Small and I would like to discuss some of those resources. South College has committed the financial resources needed for an effective operation. This includes physical and human resources. We have had much success in securing quality clinical opportunities for our students, as you heard from Dr. Ayers. Our data does confirm that we have an affiliation with those practicing clinical partners to secure conservatively 120 student rotations annually, and including the opportunities to have on-site specialty clinical rotations as well, because we believe that is also very important. We have much more in the discussion phase, and we expect to continue to build those relationships as we move forward with board approval. Resources for students and faculty remain robust. We have a team of nursing academic specialists that are graduate level degree nurses to assist us with remediation, reviews, and tutoring for our students across our programs. We also have a data analytics team that helps our program analyze performance data from students from their entry in Q1 and to allow for us to implement proactive interventions as we need them throughout the program for students. We also have a very strong faculty mentoring program. We also have a faculty student mentoring program with a 1-to-10 ratio for our transitions to practice students. So as students progress through the program, they are assigned a faculty mentor that works with them every week, and we believe in our mentoring program as a reason for success that we've had. Dr. Small, would you like to continue on those?
So we have established a hiring plan for our faculty and staff that allow for robust orientation and training. We currently have on campus myself as the Associate Dean, a program coordinator, 2 full-time faculty, a nursing clinical coordinator, an administrative assistant, and 2 adjunct faculty positions. We will be adding additional full-time faculty, 2 to 3 full-time faculty in October 2025, with an additional 2 to 3 adding for January. We also plan to hire an on-ground nursing academic specialist or remediation specialist that will start in September. Our physical campus is beautiful and designed with the needs of our program first and foremost.
We ask you today to keep in mind that our institution is experienced in providing this program at multiple campuses, and that we have initial outcomes, and that we have over 20 years of experience in administering nursing education programs. The model that we have found that works best for us is admitting a cohort on a quarterly basis. We are a quarter school rather than a semester school. And admitting on a quarterly basis allows this to happen for 2 different groups. First is that group that is admitted to our program. They are excited, they're ready to go, and we don't want them to have to wait any longer than necessary to start the program. The longer they have to wait, if we don't admit twice a year, once a year, then life can intervene and potentially deter them from starting. So we want them to be ready to go as soon as possible. And then the other, as Dr. Ayers mentioned, the reason for the group, if we have a student that is unsuccessful, say, we do everything we possibly can to prepare students who are admitted to our cohorts to be prepared. We have a robust orientation. We have several pre-nursing courses to help them get ready, but sometimes it just doesn't sink in until they're in the midst of that first quarter. And so therefore they will be able to immediately retake something that they're unsuccessful in that very next quarter. And the other thing we do not do is we do not assess additional tuition and fees to any student that is required to retake a course. So if they're unsuccessful in a course in their first quarter and they come back the very next quarter, retake it, they do not pay any additional tuition for that retake. But the quarterly, we've seen that for our data, that's the quarterly admission is good for the start rate as well as those student retaking anything that they might need to retake and be successful. We capitalize on what they've already learned. Our request for an annual enrollment number is to allow flexibility in working with students, as what we see is students finish prerequisite courses at different periods. Sometimes there's more finish in one for one quarter admission than others. And so having an annual number allows us that flexibility to work with those students. We certainly don't want to turn away highly qualified students because maybe we're bumping up against, or we've got 5 more than what that one term number would be. So we've asked for all of our boards of nurses that we work with, nursing that we work with, to have an annual enrollment number that we certainly adhere to, but it does give us some flexibility and that we don't lose spots as we go along. We know when we ramp up that maybe we won't have, maybe we'll only have 20 students be ready to start in, say, January of 2026, but we may have 30 students that are ready to start later in the year, or maybe even a little bit more than that. So we don't lose those spots as we go along. While, as mentioned by Dr. Ayers, we do have a lot of states have, and they do not have a number that they require us to adhere to on an annual basis, or they've given us a high number. In the state of Tennessee, they've given us 400 in the year for each of our campuses. But we are respectfully asking for your consideration, considering our experience and considering the fact that we do have outcomes for the program. We're asking respectfully for a motion and a second and an approval for us to implement the ASN educational program with a maximum enrollment of 20 students in the fall of 2025, and then with a maximum enrollment of 120 for the 2026 calendar year. Again, we thank you for allowing us to be here today and for considering our proposal, and we will work to answer any questions that you may have.
President Shipp, Dr. Valdez is seated at the table with the representatives from South College, and Dr. Valdez and Dr. Verwort conducted the May 8th survey visit, and I would ask Dr. Valdez to share some of her findings about that visit.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm not really, sorry, I don't have my stuff prepared, but yeah, I did note one thing that I noted when we were there was that the facilities that they have for the nursing program will also be shared with other healthcare programs that they're going to have in the, running there at the same time. They do have a lot of space, but at the time when we were there, some of those areas weren't completely finished out with the mannequins and the simulation equipment and things like that they were planning to have to implement this, part of the education. Are there any other things I just can't think right now what other things we can add.
Did you get a sense that it was an environment conducive to learning?
I do. Yeah, I feel like it was an environment conducive to learning. That just what I said earlier that concerned me was how the large number of students will fit, with the other programs that are going to be running through at the same time and using those same classrooms in those same spaces.
Would you like to speak to that statement?
I would, please. So at the Dallas campus, we also have implemented a radiography and a diagnostic medical sonography program. We also have a surgical technology program. Each of those programs have their own labs. So those are not scheduled in nursing labs or in assessment labs, and unless there is a interprofessional education activity going on, because obviously we have those consistently throughout the year so that students learn to work in the healthcare teams. We do have a large student center. So yes, all students will have opportunities to go in the centers. There is a cafe down on the first floor. There's different facilities, but they will all be on campus at different times. Some of them are evening, some of them are during the day, some are out on clinicals in different days. So that all happens, and that's the norm for all of our campuses. This facility also has a resource center, which obviously all students would use, which would be where they would go computer labs, get assistance with any library. All of our library is digital, and so all of those materials are available to them 24/7, no matter if they're on campus, they're at home, or if they're at a clinical site. And so therefore, they can go in there and ask questions for assistance, or if they need help with any kind of IT or anything like that. Thing. So yes, they will be on campus together. We work always consistently with our campus leaders of all of our programs to work together to schedule space and different things like that within, but we don't really usually have a problem because of the amount of space that we have in them having and being able to schedule what they need. We just work ahead and make sure that everybody has everything scheduled that they need to, but each program does have its own labs.
And I'd also like to add that even with those labs, they have classroom space in those labs, so they'll be doing their own didactics in their own classroom lab space.
Yes, so a radiography course, for example, has their lab, but they also have seating to allow for didactic instruction to go on in that lab as well.
And if I could just add to that statement about the interprofessional education and SIMS, the IPEs, we have multidisciplinary teams across health programs, and there is also the ability to live stream and record simulation and those IPE across campuses and across teams of students. So while it is shared, it is very collaborative space.
So I was just trying to get into my mind. So if you had 20 students this fall and 120 next year, do you have a place for 140 students and then another 120 after that everybody could be in the same building at the same time if they're concurrently, since it's a 2-year program?
Yes, so it is a 2-year program, but remember in the major, it's 4 quarters from the time they're admitted to the major. So in students in prerequisites, they may be taking courses in different things. They may choose a different modality. Some of them may choose to do some of their general education courses online. Some of them may be at the campus, but those will be scheduled during, all different times so that we try to accommodate. Even on Saturdays, we may have classes for that. But yes, we do. And so when those first students start in the fall, they will graduate in September. So before we get to that second year, that end of that, you have the first 120 year, but when you get to that next year, the 2027 year, we will already started having graduates. So we'll have classes that'll be graduating every quarter. So yes, ma'am.
Madam President, I had a couple of questions. Hi, I'm Ellie Adamson. I represent RN Practice, and I have a couple of questions. The first one is for the ADM program. I read that you're going to require 49 credit hours. Does that include the prerequisites, or is that the whole program?
That's just the
That's just so there's 108.5 total credits for the program, and then 49.5 are in the major. So the prerequisites, and in the prerequisites, I think it's important to note that we've included 3 different pre-nursing courses. We have the Student Nursing Success course, we have the Pathophysiology course, and we have the nutrition course. So the students are all taking those prerequisite courses, getting those done, and we're hoping that makes them really prepared when they get into the major. That's what I think contributes to that almost 90% graduation rate, because they have had those foundational courses, and then they go 4 quarters in the major. So those 49.5, and remember that's quarter hours too.
Okay, good, thank you, because I thought that was lower than the regular ADM program.
Yeah, yes.
My next question is, and I think you just mentioned it, I think it's a great program that you don't have to pay for retaking the same course again. I think that kind of just promotes success for the students and it doesn't impact them financially. But what is the pass rate to graduate on time for the students that are enrolled?
So
99?
for the first year, for 2024, is when we had the first graduates, and it was 89% overall. 89% of the students who started the cohorts to graduate in 2024, which our first one was 89%. And we're seeing that high rate in ASN, and we think it's because of our design that it's continuing to be positive for us.
And out of that 89%, what was the NCLEX pass rate?
88% first time.
Thank you.
Dr. Benton would like to say something.
Hi, this is not a question. Just want to point out for board members, there was a late night email with a letter that Patricia uploaded to your board docs, a letter of support from a representative and senator.
Were you good? Okay,
Yeah.
Drew.
Hi, I'm Drew Riddle. I represent APRN Practice. And I have a question about sort of the novelty of your curriculum for the Farmers Branch location relative to the fact that you've had this curriculum out and tried and true in other locations, not in the state of Texas. So, there's this piece in your mind that's like, gosh, this is a program that's asking for a lot of students to come in, and they've never done this, but in reality, you have. What kind of support does the faculty here and the leadership, the nursing leadership here in the Texas location have from the successful programs elsewhere? In other words, I realize it's all one institution with multiple campuses, but how much interconnection is there to ensure that that these folks that are coming into your program here, while this is a new location, the entirety of associate degree nursing and BSN and other types of nursing education has a decades-long history?
So I asked Dr. Skinner to talk about nursing in particular, but I'll speak to South College. We are one institution, and we work really diligently to remain one institution and not be segmented into silos. And so, for example, our chancellor has an every Tuesday morning chancellor's meeting that includes every campus president, every campus academic and student services dean, all of the senior leadership, so that we're talking about what's happening at each campus, what things are common, what things aren't, and how do we address, those things. And then we have a committee structure across South College that includes everything from our academic council to all of our different committees that include members from every campus in South College. And we ensure that that happens so that we're one institution, not multiple campuses. And so I'll let Dr. Skinner talk about the nursing.
Thank you for bringing this up because this is one of those areas that we talk about all the time in nursing leadership across our campuses. Dr. Small and I have partnered together over the last year to ensure that we are implementing everything and communicating and structuring the campus in Dallas to have the success that we've had everywhere else. I think that in fact does go back to the curriculum and the way that we've designed it, because it's about community, a sense of community. The reason that we have been so fortunate to have the outcomes that we have across campuses is because we are an extremely collaborative group. We very much feel a sense of community, and we want our students to feel that as well. So within the design of our curriculum, those provisional quarters and the reason that we're introducing nursing courses during that provisional time is to ensure that they also feel that way, that they also feel like they have the sense of community within the and exposure to the program, to the faculty, to the advisors, to the mentors, to the nursing specialists. As far as nursing leadership goes, from a faculty involvement, we have a curriculum committee. We also have regular leadership meetings across campuses. We have a dean meeting every week, virtual, that has every campus associate dean of nursing and myself on that. We also have a dean and directors meeting once a month. And we offer our curriculum committee with appointed faculty members and our director team once a month as well. So we have regular, ongoing, collaborative engagement. And we also have an in-person leadership summit once a year that the chancellor has ensured that we have support for. This year, we were able to come out with several initiatives speaking just to what you bring up about community and support and resources and alignment to ensure what we're doing on one campus is what we're doing on the other, and that everyone has the same level of resources. So it's our mentoring, our peer mentoring, our faculty academy, our orientation sessions. We are very communicative and highly collaborative to make that.
We also have an annual faculty nursing summit that all our faculty are involved with, and are also for our program coordinators on every campus. They collaborate monthly as well to talk about program, curriculum, faculty, so it's very collaborative.
And I have one other completely unrelated question, but it has to do with your clinical evaluation tool. So I'm looking at this sort of through the lens of the student, and I see you have unsatisfactory, meets, or exceeds. And you say in your kind of qualification on that a student is expected to either meet or exceed. So that means I could get all meets expectations and pass the course. Is that right? Okay, that's the way I read it, but I just want to make sure that I was understanding it correctly.
Thank you, Madam President. Hello, everyone. I'm Rick Williams. I represent consumers. My question is, how and to whom are you marketing your course to? Who's your target market that you're seeking to bring into this program?
I think that's a broad question because there's many different types of individuals that are interested in pursuing service, and many are interested in nursing. So what we're seeing demographically for our institution, and we see that even here with the entry into Dallas, is our student is really that non-traditional student, sort of. It's in that 25 to 27 year range. We're seeing students that have differing backgrounds. They may have some healthcare experience, but they may not. It may be something that they've always, in their mind, ideally wanted to do. And so now that they have something that they've seen available to them, maybe closer to home, they're interested in that. We do work with high schools. So, here entering the Dallas area, we've already started reaching out to the high schools, and we've seen over time that we've had more right out of high school graduates, entering our programs. But historically, it's been that sort of 25 to 27, age range. Not that we don't have students in their 40s, 50s, 60s. We have had that. But so we're sort of in that broad range now where it's happening that we're seeing different ages, different groups, different folks interested, but it's always those that tell us with nursing that they're definitely interested in that service aspect. And so that's happening, with healthcare, you see that widely, but I can't give you like an answer that just specifically, but it is that we're marketing, our programs out there, different avenues, different ways, going to doing career fairs, different things like that. And so we do get a wide variety of students.
Okay. No, that answers my question. Thank you.
Madam President. Good afternoon. Allison Edwards, representing Baccalaureate Education. Just thinking about the logistics of all these meetings that you're doing and summits, nursing summits, faculty summits across 3 states. Are these live? Are these virtual? Is it a combination? You mentioned a lot of meetings, collaborative meetings. Can you speak to that? The logistics of it.
Sure. The meetings there's a mix. So there are some that are in person. The annual leadership summit is in person. The routine and regular across campus and across state meetings are held virtually in video format, either through Zoom or Teams. And we, for the faculty, the same way. Once we grew to a certain size, those became done virtually across campuses. However, every individual campus has a monthly in-person meeting with their teams. So their campuses meet and collaborate and disseminate change. We have a team of directors in nursing that are institutional based. So they are the point person for any particular area. So director of clinical education, director of didactic education, director of outcomes and assessment. So we have those directors in place to be point people If a campus has a meeting in person and they review things and they want to elevate, those are done virtually. The elevation of reviews go to a virtual meeting. So it's absolutely a mix of both. So campus meetings are happening in person, and virtual meetings are happening with the team across states.
So I'm hearing a lot of meetings, and as clinical faculty, are these directors, do they have workload with the, no workload with the students, or didactic?
No.
Or clinical? Okay.
Right.
So from the director's standpoint.
Right.
How many, so it sounds like the meetings are quite large if they're virtual, right? Like 100 people maybe?
Once a year, all faculty, all teams.
In person? Okay, I'll get off the meetings. No one likes meetings. But it's just, when you're talking about collaboration, communication is critical.
Yes.
And because this model has been tried in other states, just want to make sure that that communication's open, that it's effective, so forth. So I looked at your budget, and I have some questions about the budget, which was Appendix G. 2 line items. 1 academic support and 1 student services. Can you define to me the ratio of tuition to academic support and student services are unequal? Looking at it, dividing, now I divided from your original proposal of 200, now we're at 120. Can you define what is included in academic support line item in your budget? And then same question for student services.
I'm sorry, could you repeat? I was looking for the budget.
So my inquiry has to do with sort of disproportionate ratio of tuition to academic support and student services. And again, my calculation was based on 200 originally until we got this amended letter with 120. Could you please tell me what is included in academic support in that budget line item? Is that counseling? Is that advising? Is that...
So this is the overall campus budget, not just the specific nursing budget. So this would do with student services, financial aid, library, I believe library services. What else is support services?
I'm not absolutely certain that I have in front of me what you're looking at.
G, budget. It was
that.
embedded in our proposal.
That's the overall campus budget. And as far as what she's discussing is that would be all the student services areas. That would be from student services.
All the interprofessional.
So all campus budget is not just nursing.
Okay.
So the nursing budget is also included in the proposal as well. In the campus budget, that would include overall, all students, tuition. It would include the instructional expenses, all programs. It would include in student services. It would include financial aid, admissions,
right,
advising, all those different areas. And as far as academic support, that would be in anything from faculty development to all the different areas where we would do faculty support.
Can you direct me to the nursing budget?
It's on page 13.
Page 13.
PDF 13?
13 in the original document that was provided.
13 in the PDF?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
It's below the link for the Dallas campus budget.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's not what I'm seeing
Allison,
on my
it's
PDF 13.
it's 25 in our PDF version.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Took me a minute to find it too.
Oh, 13
There
is
it
their
is.
number
Okay, gotcha.
Kathy Boswell. I just had some clarifications that would help me, if you don't mind. So from the proposal till today, I see you're dropping from the initial start of 50 to 20. Is that correct?
For
20
fall.
students in the fall?
For
20
fall, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And to help me understand, you speak to 120 in 2026. So as being on a quarter, so does that mean September you'll take 20 and January 2026 you will take 120, or
No. So our fall
All
term,
2026.
our fall term starts in October, and based on our projections, we have somewhere between, we think, around 15 to 20 that would be qualified to start at that point. Maybe 12 to 15, but somewhere in that area. Then in January of 2026, our projection is somewhere in that same range, somewhere around 20-ish that we think will be ready to take classes or to be admitted to the major. Then in the spring, we think it's going to be somewhere in that kind of same range. But then in the summer, we have a larger group that came, so we might have more like 30 or 35 that's ready to go. But no, we would have it
Thank you.
spread over the year. Yes.
Thank you for that clarification. And is the building ready now? Did I hear they're
Yes,
still
it's
working
ready.
on some things?
Yes. So when we had the visit, we were still finished yet. We had all the requirements done, but we did not have furniture moved in and all that. But now we've received our COs and we have furniture, and everyone's moving to their permanent locations, and the labs and everything are coming in. The only thing that we haven't finished yet is our dental clinic. Our furniture for our dental clinic is not arrived just yet, not all of it.
And the last thing, did I read you'll have 2 simulation rooms? Is that correct in the nursing lab?
Yes, 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of students for 2 simulations.
I was just going to say the same thing. That's
I don't know what
Yes, they're
percentage
large,
of
for 120.
simulation you're going to have.
Yeah, but we do schedule.
Yeah, they'll be scheduled accordingly to what we think the needs are for the students as well. So
What do you anticipate your percentage of simulation would be?
So right now, there will be more simulation in our pediatric OB and mental health. They'll do 12 hours of simulation per quarter. For our fundamentals, they will probably do around maybe 10 hours of simulation for the quarter. And so we'll break those up into 2 days. You know, simulation is hard. You can't do 12 hours of simulation. And so there'll probably be 2 days each of simulation.
So maybe 20% simulation for overall clinical?
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably generous. Yeah, we try to focus on the clinical aspects on our programs, but of course with COVID, we brought in more simulation resources, and so we have seen the benefit. We brought it Swift River and different things like that coming in, and students do well, and that helps them with their clinical judgment exercises and those kinds of things. But it's been, but we still focus on those clinical hours and not rely heavily on that simulation.
Okay,
but it does help with remediation.
Thank you.
Just along the lines of clinical, how many direct patient care hours are the students receiving in the specialty areas of OB, psychiatrics, and pediatrics?
36 each. But we do have the option if we need, it's 48 total with 12 hours of clinical. So we can take 12 hours of simulation with 36 hours of clinical, but we can turn those other 12 hours into hands-on patient care as well. And that would give a total of 48.
Okay, board members, does anyone else have any questions? I don't think you were here for our other discussions with our other schools today that were new programs. And historically, we like because students schools that have started out with large numbers then got in trouble until they had done it. We also require DEX in our programs. And I don't think you have those that are required in other states that we have that look at gaps and are part of the curriculums we require, which is different. And so that's why we're not comfortable, with your initial numbers, and would like for it to be lower. And so I think we were looking at the thought of 20 students now and 20 students next year every quarter. And I think you started out with 200, and then I think, and you've come down to 120 next year. And so, So I'm just saying about generality, I'm just saying a Texas program. They don't require it like we do. It is more intensive in your curriculum. That's just my point. So
can I say one thing, if that's possible? I'm not sure for sure that I'm understanding, but so in our other states, so we have some states who, we have 160 for the first year. We have other states that are 200. We have some that have no limits, and then we have Tennessee that's at 400 for each of our two campuses. So we have had ramp ups, with some of them, and we don't anticipate that we're going to, as the question was, we're not going to start 120 students in one class. We've been doing this for a long time. Even with our other programs, our BSN program, and we have a lot of students in BSN, but we start them every quarter because of that. And so, but we're used to dealing with much larger cohorts. We have great pass rates for our LPN program. We have great pass rates for our BSN programs. We have great pass rates for our MSN and pass rates on their APRN exams. And so we just had our first class graduate for our nurse anesthesia program, and we had a 94% overall pass rate. So we have experience. And so while I understand your programs that you've spoken to today, they may be first time having a nursing program, or they may be the first time doing this, but we have experience, and we're asking you to take that into consideration as you consider our request. Again, we would love to have the 200, but as we went along and worked with our clinical partners that we've had so far, we really wanted to be conservative with what we knew we had documentation for, to document those 120 rotations in every specialty. We obviously have a great plan for faculty. We have right now we have 60-something applicants for full-time faculty positions and 40-something applicants, Dr. Small can tell you exactly, but 40-something applicants for adjunct faculty. So we're seeing that. We feel like we're going to have a great pool of students based on the inquiries that we've had so far. We've actually had over 2,000 individuals contact the Dallas campus asking for information about nursing. So we really feel like we have the resources, we have the financial backing. Our chancellor is very generous. Anything that we go to him with that we can show that we have a need for, we've got approval for that. So we really ask that you take all that in consideration and not consider us, as being, untested, because we are. The institution has also been around for a long time, and we've, and I've been there 30 years. So we've never discontinued a program except one. And that was because it was an occupational therapy assistant program we offered in the evening, and we just didn't have the enrollment, so we taught the students out and discontinued the program. But we have restarted that program now. But we have never, we've never had a program that we've had to discontinue or that we've had students. In fact, we've helped many students who have been in a situation where they've been at a closed institution, and we've worked with teach-out plans. We actually had a campus in Knoxville that closed, and we hired the faculty, got permission from the state, and taught those students out, no charge to those students. We had another one in Nashville that had a sudden closure of a nursing program. They came to us, those students that came to us, we took them at different points in their program, worked with them, and we're happy to say they had a 100% NCLEX pass rate. So we work consistently with students. We do not want them to be in a situation where they cannot finish their program.
Madam President, may I ask a question or ask for clarification?
Who's asking?
Dr. Shipp.
or Kathy.
Oh,
This is
I was
Kathy.
like, who's
Smith.
talking to me?
Sorry, way down here. This is back on. This is really to provide you some information as the board's considering if you're going forward. This is back towards the question about your specialty areas for clinical. And this data will be set out probably in October of this year. But to go ahead and share with you, you said you have hands-on clinical 36 in those 3 specialty areas. Well, when we look at substantially equivalent education in Texas, let me provide you some of the means for those so that it can help you strive to potentially use those simulation hours or build more hours into your specialty areas. Right now in Texas, based on the 2024 data, our maternal and peds are sitting between 45 and 47 hours of direct care for all the programs here in Texas for the most part. That's our mean. And then mental health is sitting between 45 and 47 direct care hours. Now, that's not lab, that's not simulation. And our overall mean is around 526 for RN program, just to give you some basis to go from. The other question I had, you mentioned that you had 2 sim labs. Do you have other labs in addition to that?
We have a skills lab and a physical assessment lab.
Okay, because I noticed you have 200 hours built in for lab time and then around 30 to 40 hours of sim time. And I just wanted to make sure that there was not just 2 labs to do all those hours.
They're separate.
Thank you.
And also regarding the specialty hours, even though they're 36 with the 12 hours of simulation, we can easily convert those 12 hours of simulation into hands-on patient care to be 48 hours.
Thank you.
She's our director of nurses. So just wanted to, when I was looking on down, I was like, that voice usually isn't talking to me from up here. So, yes.
Madam President, I just wanted to, we appreciate your comparisons and your success in other states, but Texas is vastly different than North Carolina and Indiana and Tennessee. Our demographics are very different than those states, and thus the potential applicants as well, just to keep that in mind of where our rationale is coming from. A lot of these are first-time college applicants or first-generation applicants, and they struggle, and we've seen schools struggle to sort of mitigate those issues. So just a little bit about our concern for the safety of a program and the concern for the safety of the consumers that are going to be paying private school tuition, which is exceptionally above and beyond like a community college per se. So,
and we agree. And we are to not just those states. We have campuses in 7 different states, but we have a lot of students that are first generation, and so that's why we have significant student success strategies for our students. Our quality enhancement plan for SAC COC actually for this 5 years has been on improving and increasing the progression rate for students from first quarter to second quarter, because we know if we can get them into that, so every quarter that retention goes higher and higher. And when we're getting ready to do our impact report, but we've been very successful in that. And so we have, a very robust at-risk detection plan where we're working with students so that we can intervene timely. So we work very hard to work on this. And again, we've seen our retention of our students have been, it's at its highest rate that it's ever been because of these initiatives. And again, that goes to the work of all the folks in our village, but definitely with the support of our chancellor, that's his number one goal. When a student starts, we want them to graduate because, again, they deserve that.
Do you offer any form of support as your student graduates and ushering them into their chosen career paths, etc.?
We have a career services staff that works with our students as they go through their program to help them get ready for that job search. But we also work significantly with our clinical partners, as many of them want to come in and talk to our students because they're looking to hire them before they get started. There's lots of lunches happen and all those kinds of things because they're trying to attract them there. But we also work with our students on even the fee for taking their NCLEX. If we want them out of the gate taking their NCLEX, and we will reimburse them for that. So we work on getting them out because we want them to take that exam as quickly as possible, because we know that success rate's highest when they come out, and we want them because we know that the jobs are there, where the clinical affiliates need them, and so we want them to not procrastinate and take that exam.
We also have continued postgraduate mentoring, coaching, and live sessions on campus to support students until they are ready for licensure and through their licensure to practice. So we help bridge that time between graduation and license.
Okay, any other questions, board members, or I think our education consultants have talked to you, where you started out with wanting to have 200, and that was not okay with us historically for that. And so I think they've talked to you about numbers as well, and you've talked to them about what numbers you would like. But I think we have going to go with a motion.
This is Allison Edwards, and I move to grant initial approval to South College to establish a new associate degree nursing education program in Farmers Branch, Texas, approve the report of May 8th, 2025 survey visit, and impose the conditions and requirements in the attached letter and board order.
This is Ken Johnson. I second.
And just as a form of reference, the board order states 80 to be admitted over the 4 quarters, so 2020, 2020, over the 4 quarters.
We need Rick. Okay, did you get it? And Drew, did you? Okay, and the motion carries. Thank you for being here, and good luck to you for having your program here. We look forward to great success for you guys, and thank you all for coming and supporting.
Thank you so much.
All right. At this time, we're going to move into 3.2.6, consideration of report of progress, update, and/or withdrawal of approval, Lamson Institute in San Antonio, Texas, vocational nursing education program. So it'll be Dr. Ayers and Beverly. Hello again. Dr. Ayers here they are. They're coming. We'll need for Dusty to be back in just a minute, or John's here. I'm just checking on my paperwork here real quick. President, Joanne. And David, this is a different one. David. Okay. I think we didn't have David down, so I just was making sure we were covered. Okay, we usually wait for our general counsel, but our assistant counsel is here down the end, so we're covered. We've got John on the end, and then our general counsel will be back in just a few minutes, but we'll be okay. Okay, so Ms. Gloss, can you tell us? Oh, Dr. Ayers, I'm sorry. Yes, there she is.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, President Shipp and board members. The purpose of this agenda item is to offer an update to the board members about the efforts of Lamson Institute to meet the directives of the board order issued at the April 2025 quarterly meeting, as well as to consider a change in the approval status. The April board order documented a change in approval status for Lamson from initial approval to conditional approval at that time. This was based on multiple factors, including the NCLEX history of the program and areas of non-compliance identified during the face-to-face survey visit conducted by education consultant Beverly Sloss during the March 13th, 14th face-to-face visit to the San Antonio campus. The Lamson Institute Vocational Nursing Education Program was initially approved by the board in April 2021. The pass rate for the first examination year, 2023, was 57.14%, with 12 of 21 first-time candidates passing the NCLEX. The second examination year, 2024, yielded a 50% pass rate, with 26 of 52 candidates being successful. The preliminary pass rate for 2025 as of July 14 is 45.83%, with 11 of 24 candidates passing the licensure exam. The board order issued 4 requirements regarding responses that were mandated to be submitted to the board by June 1. The first issue was specific to curriculum, and the program was issued to the program was prohibited from admitting any new students while on conditional approval status. The differentiated essential competencies or DEX shall be included in the curriculum with a crosswalk indicating where the DEX are addressed in each course. Clinical learning experiences in medical surgical nursing, geriatric nursing, maternity nursing, and pediatric nursing must be provided. And clinical evaluation tools that demonstrate progression across the curriculum are required. Secondly, the program director shall have the full authority to direct the program in all its phases. Thirdly, all board required policies shall be included in the faculty handbook. And lastly, the institution shall offer no cost remediation to former and current students who lack the required didactic and clinical instruction. The interim program director, Ms. Erica Fain, requested an extension to the June 1st deadline to provide the formal response, stating she needed additional time to ensure proper alignment of the program with board rules. Board staff informed Ms. Fain that deadlines in the board order would not be modified and requested she submit a report about the current status of their initiatives. However, a response was not received until June 3rd, 2025. Upon staff's review of the formal 58-page response, additional concerns arose, and these are articulated in a table format in the board report. The Lamson Institute representatives are here today and to share with you their progress and talk about what corrective measures they have implemented. So I would now ask the representatives to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ayers. Okay.
Hello, my name is Erica Fain. I'm the interim DON over at Lamson and also the regional director for McHale Education.
I'm Peter McHale, president of Lamson Institute and McHale Education.
Good afternoon, Presidentship and board members. I'm Dave Dabo, the corporate director of Student Outcomes.
Good afternoon. I'm Joanne Navarro. I'm the campus director.
I just want to take this time to say I've been working on the DEX. I found that the information that the school had, far as the 2022 mandated new what do you call it? I'm sorry. Yeah, but it's the in 2021 there was an announcement put out that the DEX needed to be updated, and it was mandated by 2022. I didn't know that our school's DEX were not updated in 2022. I think it was a problem or a misunderstanding because there was a transition in leadership at that time. Upon doing my DEX for June 1st, I noticed those mandatory things were not implemented or included. So I reached out before the 1st of June and asked for an extension. I was under the impression that I was going to get the extension when I spoke with Dr. Ayers, but then the leadership, I guess, all got together and said they denied it. That's why the response wasn't until June 3rd. Since I've been responsible for Lamson, I have increased the, I have received university clinicals for the students for OB. We are also waiting for a simulation lab that they offer. I have worked with the students to keep them supported mentally because they're going through a change as well. I've been rewriting or including new books inside of the curriculum to meet the standards of Texas Board of Nursing. As far as the previous students, previous graduates, on April 3rd, I reached out to every one of them that has not passed their boards, and I offered them a free virtual NCLEX review. Only 10 responded. We gave 6 classes. They've also been offered an in-person ATI review that will happen August 5th, 6th, and 7th. I'm just doing my best with what I have. I can't change yesterday. But I believe that the students that I have at Lamson are benefiting from my changes. The students that need to do another clinical for OB, we're reaching out to them. We've getting availability from them so we can set them up a clinical at the University Hospital as well as the UT technicals, University Technical Simulation, Health Simulation. So that way they can take care of those 20 hours as well.
So if I may, we are taking this very seriously. We have pulled all hands on deck. What David Dalbo didn't tell you is that he was actually the campus leader for a school that did have a practical nursing program, but it was vocational. He's actually a nurse by trade. He's actually responsible for helping make sure that we get clinical sites, that we do place students once they graduate. He's been brought up to speed on the Lamson situation. Mr. Johnson told me last time this is going to cost you a lot of money. Mr. Johnston, I took it to heart. Anything that we've needed to invest in, I have given the green light on. We're currently operating with the idea of, look, at this point, whether or not our approval gets pulled or not is ultimately up to you. I respect it. I understand. We're here for a reason. It's not your fault. It's mine. But on the way out, I'm going to make sure I help as many students as I possibly can. I've got people that have failed that I would like to bring back and try to get them there. I would like to have people that have yet to graduate that I need to get over the finish line. I have all these things that I think we can do. I don't believe the past performance is reflective of who we are as an organization. I understand I need to prove that, and I get that, and I'm going to do it. But Mr. Johnson, I appreciate last time you put your faith in me. You said that the students' best bet was for us to be able to help them, that the students had a better chance of getting further with us than they would if we lost the program and they had to go elsewhere. Something I take very seriously. Seriously enough to remember it, seriously enough to carry it with me, seriously enough to push it forward as we go through. So Ms. Fain is working very diligently to make the improvements to the curriculum. We're working very diligently to secure the clinical sites. David Dalbo has been getting involved and working with that, and I do believe we're making great progress. I do believe that we had a meeting on Monday with Dr. Ayers, and I think Dr. Ayers, we might have missed a few hyperlinks. There was a few things that were lost in translation that we didn't realize were there, but we are doing everything we can to take this seriously and move forward.
If I may as well add, Dave Double. So basically some things we are actually moving forward with as well as we're implementing a dean of nursing for all the nursing schools or programs that we have. I actually know the individual that will be coming on with us personally. She has about 25 years in nursing. She has been in need of nursing for other schools like Arizona College and Chamberlain, as well as she has worked with me in the past. Great at tearing apart curriculum, great at actually being fair but firm. And basically, due to the fact of communication mostly going to the program chair, having another nurse in play besides Erica to actually oversee this would actually help as well. Also, I'd like to add that I second the motion with Peter here. I've worked with Peter since 2018, helped him develop a school from the bottom up, which is a nursing school. Had the pleasure of actually working directly with him. The executive team overall is very involved compared to past facilities I used to work with. So definitely I take in consideration that basically he's in a situation and no one wants to be in this situation, but we definitely want to move forward and clean it up.
4 directors is tough since the school started. And to you, respectfully, if you don't know what you don't know, assuming about the decks, you're thinking you have the decks that you're supposed to have if you come in and you don't know. I think that definitely does delay. You've been able to meet the objectives. So, other questions, board members,
Yes,
thoughts?
Madam President. Good afternoon. Allison Edwards, representing Baccalaureate Education. I believe at the April board meeting, I asked specifically about supportive resources for Ms. Fain. And it sounds like, and at that time, what was relayed to me was that she was going to have all the support that could be offered to her. But now I'm hearing, or did I mishear, that you are now just hiring this 25-year person to support her?
No, she will be hired going on. I have support. We just decided that maybe we should get a dean to oversee all the schools as well, someone with more experience.
Okay, I'm just curious why that didn't happen back in April.
It's been in the business plan, but we wanted to take our time to identify the right candidate, and obviously, I feel in some situations here in particular, we as Ms. Shipp pointed out, we've had 4 directors of nursing. I don't want to rush to hire to appease anyone, quite frankly. I want to make sure that I'm not answering questions on, okay, well, now you've got a dean of nursing who also didn't work out. So we were very slow to hire on this one. We've identified somebody. We've been talking to them for quite a while. She only expressed an interest within the last 30 days or so. Given a track record of developing practical / vocational nursing programs and everything else with her doctorate, we feel like she will be a good fit.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Ms. Fain, so when you asked for the extension, at that point, there were already five areas of noncompliance. And by the way, I want to thank Dr. Hooper and the education consultants. The table that you all have prepared really illuminated it very easily for us to review, all those areas of compliance versus noncompliance. But the DEX noncompliance is the most egregious, and just that's the core foundation of what all nursing programs operate off of. So when you asked for this extension, did you also ask for extra help in sort of integrating DEX into the curriculum, Ms. Fain? Because you say you have support, but yet there's 5 areas of noncompliance.
You're saying inside my DEX?
Internally, did you raise up the yellow SOS or red flag and say, I need help?
Yes, I have a curriculum expert that I work with that we've been working on the DEX. But once we identified that there was a whole other area we needed to implement inside of those DEX, then it stopped. And mind you, the courses, when all this happened, my quarter 5 students were inside of their 4th quarter. They graduate in August, and I had to make their class syllabus, redo them to be able to have them meet a better outcome than what they were going to. Then on top of that, I had to do the quarter threes. I have assistance with this, but I want to make sure that they're getting what they need. So I'm overseeing everything. And while doing those classes are done on the decks, I showed the decks the other day on the meeting, my paper that I'm working on. I need to finish up the classes that have not been going, and I have about 3 of them. And then I should be able to turn them in by next week. I wanted them to be accurate. I didn't want to leave anything out. I want this to be resolved so that way the next person that does take the DON position at that school, they'll know how it's supposed to be ran. The program, it could be a great program. Where I'm from, they don't utilize DEX as you call them. They call them Internet Program Student Learning Outcomes. And I have set them up on like a SPE as well, in order to make sure every quarter that they're being looked at. Do we need to change this assignment? Is it working, as well? So going forward, it wouldn't be a problem with the DEX if there's a change in the future. Mm-hmm.
Madam President, I'd like to share something. So, Mrs. Frame, as I'm listening to you speak, and we've kind of heard from several different schools earlier today proposing different programs or updates, and there's a common theme for the successful programs, and I share this with your leadership as well, that like the leaders or the program directors or even deans align themselves with mentors from other schools just to help them throughout the process. And I think having that touch point with colleagues is important, even if you're successful, because they can also share feedback or any challenges that they faced to help you navigate through that or navigate anybody in those roles through that. Because I think that sitting here today, it looks like you've tried, and I can tell just by the way that you're sharing that you're still wearing multiple hats, trying to get the students through the finish line. And I think that that's a lot of pressure for a single person to be able to have to go through alone. Without that colleague support, letting you know that you're on the right track or redirect or kind of pivot.
Thank you. It's funny that you say that because my teacher from a long time ago is actually a dean here in San Antonio that I've been in contact with, and she's been mentoring me as well.
Excellent.
Ms. Fame, this is Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education. Your current pass rate for 2025 is below 50%. How many cohorts do you guys have left in the program? Is it just the one cohort that's graduating in August, or how many cohorts do you have?
I have 2 cohorts. I have one that's going to graduate in August, and then the other one is going to graduate in January.
So how many students are in the August cohort?
I have 21.
So it'll take because that's going to count towards the 2025 year, it's going to take all of them basically to pass the NCLEX then.
Yes.
To get above 80%. Okay. Because that January cohort, that'll be a different NCLEX. Well, not different NCLEX, but just different year. Okay. Now you said you've added the clinical hours. How many hours are they going for their maternal OB now during their semesters? How many hours are they?
Well, they're only supposed to do 20, but they're doing 12-hour shifts, 2 12-hour shifts at university.
Sure. And is there any, are there any sims involved with that?
No.
Any labs? No.
Not
So
right
it's
now.
just 20.
Oh, they have labs too. They do
but simulation. So if they can't do hands-on, right? Because you can do, for clinicals, it can be 50-50. Right?
Yeah,
50%.
they're not high fidelity simulations though. We do lab. We have a doll, the mannequin that has the baby for OB.
Okay. And what else is being done as far as preparing them for the NCLEX, right? So this cohort or the cohort that less than half passed, was it just the ATI remediation? Did they receive anything else? Are you considering, because that didn't work out, are you considering maybe adding something else on, like maybe a Hearst review or anything
Yes.
else at the end of the semester for these next two cohorts to like
What
get 'em-
I've done for the NCLEX class is going now. They have system reviews that we do. They're also doing ATI. They have a lot of case studies to bring back that knowledge. And we're doing the in-person ATI review, the 3 days. And
But that ATI review is already what this cohort that got 45%.
they use the VATI for that. The previous one that has the lower percent pass rate, they were using the virtual ATI, and a lot of them didn't green light.
And that's for the 2025 year to date. That's for this year's cohort.
Mhm. The ones that's previously, yeah.
Okay. But since that didn't work, you're not considering changing to something else?
I've added the actual review of the systems that they're going through. They have 2 NCLEX review courses in this program. So the last quarter, they had already started. So this quarter, they're actually having lectures about different systems that is going with classwork dynamic testing afterwards. And they have a lot of case studies that coincide with them.
And how have you seen their knowledge and their grades? How has that been since you've implemented that new system of learning? Do you think the students are picking up? Do you think they're getting better? Do you think their clinical judgment's getting better?
I do. I think these students that I have are excited. They feel like they're learning to be a nurse right now. The information that they're getting is real, like knowledge for them. So to me, they seem like they're it's moving in a positive way.
And Mr. Johnson, if I may, I just wanted to also let you know that we've also made virtual tutors available. We have a semi-retired instructor from Las Vegas who moved to Tennessee, but she also headed up the practical nurse program at one point there, and then decided she wanted to just be an instructor. So she taught with us for a number of years. Students love her, actually take to her very well. And I've been working to make her available for tutoring for current students, past students. It doesn't matter. So we can set up sessions for them. And if the focus needs to be more on NCLEX prep, we can do that. If it's for current students who need help just understanding the curriculum and the content, we can make that available. But she's always there on the sidelines, and she loves to work with students, and she's offered to do that stuff virtually. So.
If I could add one thing to as well, and ask a question. So Dave Dabo, basically, we've been looking into Archer as well. Besides just Hearst, we did have Hearst in the past at another school, along with ATI. So we've been kind of looking into Archer now for the students. One question we did have, we weren't sure if we could use Shadow Health for some of the outstanding issues as well, as far as like simulation and so on.
Yeah.
It's good.
Okay. We have it for one of our BSM programs right now, so we were wondering if we could just implement
We've used
that.
it on Emma, or FMP.
Very nice. Awesome. Thank you.
So I'll make that available too.
So we can utilize that for our OB. Is that what you're saying? 50% as a simulation?
50% for simulation?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the National Council says that 50%, up to 50% can be for simulation. And so, but it has to be quality simulation, and, there's standards, with that. When they're saying, that you can do up to
Okay.
50% is the research.
So if we shadow health, would we can use them though for the OB for the students, the previous students?
Well, I think when we've used shadow health, I think that no, not, I mean, as an adjunct, you know, yeah. I mean, I think it's an option because it's kind of like case studies.
Mm-hmm.
So do y'all use shadow health?
We do.
Mhm. Hmm? I don't know. I'm just saying shadow health is a good product. I'm not sure if it's the what?
Practical. All the HESI case studies that are part of the ELSA
Mm-hmm.
product.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I have a question. Hi, Drew Riddle representing APRN Practice. Ms. Fain, I remember when you were here previously. Are you in San Antonio now full time?
I'm here off and on.
Off and on. Okay.
Mhm.
And then the second piece, just from math, I want to make sure I have my numbers right. So you said that you currently have 21 students that are slotted to finish the program in August. Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
So as Ms. Johnson said, that goes to the 2025 pass rate. So assuming 100% of them pass, that means that you'll have 45 students in 2025 take the NCLEX.
I also have 10 more that have not taken the board.
That haven't taken it.
Yeah.
Okay. And so we don't know when they'll take it.
No.
Okay. So if those 45 take it as part of the 2025 aggregate number, that means you'd have 45 tests. I recognize there may be 10 more that may be in there. And if 100% pass, so that's 21 out of 21 pass, along with the 11 out of 24 that have already passed, that puts your cumulative pass rate at 71%. That's assuming 100% pass rate. And we all know, I mean, we'd love that. All of us in education would love that. But the reality is, even in the best of the best programs, you're sometimes going to have one or two that fall out. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding your cohort numbers correctly for now. And then the 10 that haven't taken the NCLEX yet, when did they graduate and why haven't they taken it? I guess is the next piece of information.
I'm not really sure why.
Okay.
They have been, I sent an email out April 3rd for a free review, and we had 10 students reply. But I don't know if they're still studying or waiting. I've offered them the ATI review as well.
Okay. When did those folks graduate? Do you know? Were they all over the place, or are they from
It's
one
all
particular?
over the place.
All over the place. Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
How many students do you have in your January graduating cohort?
I have 17 in that cohort.
And they will have all of the extra accoutrements of learning. Okay.
Ms. Fain, right
Yes.
here. Hi. Of the 10 that haven't taken the NCLEX, I guess who responded, or you're trying, do you know how many of those 10 still need clinical education?
I believe all of them do.
Okay.
So I wrote an email to Dr. Ayers about maybe a couple weeks ago asking about that because I didn't know that they were being stopped from taking their boards. So that's what they told us, that they were unable to take their boards.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
Which we appreciate, by the way. Thank you.
yeah, that way they'll come in. So.
Hi, I'm Rick Williams. I represent consumers. I've been, obviously, was here in April when you appeared, and now your consumer, clearly comes to you with their dreams and ambitions, of attaining skills that will hopefully improve their lives. Our job is to protect consumers. And at this moment, your student, your consumer, is our consumer. And it appears to me that your consumer is basically in a situation where their dreams and hopes are either at best delayed and potentially denied as we continue to work through this process. I certainly respect that you're working to get your institution together, but I think maybe we've drifted from the focus of why your institution needs to be together, because you are impacting the lives of those who have invested their time and their treasury in seeking skills that will improve their lives. In addition to those who make it across this finish line, you go to our second tier, which is a first tier consumer, the one that's going to be in the hospital laying in a bed. When, I bring my 84-year-old mother-in-law into a hospital and have to leave her, I want to have, like every person sitting here, I would assume, the faith that the people I'm leaving her in the hands of are well-trained and confident and competent in what they are doing for them. Ms. Vane, I will say you've got a tough job because you're doing it in a lot of places in the country. That's a lot of plane rides, I'm sure. But I don't see how we are going to serve your consumer, the student, and my consumer, the person that's going to be in the hospital, and your student, as well, who's my consumer, by the process that's going on here right now. I don't know. I haven't heard anything that's really different or earth-shattering compared to April. How can you enlighten me on how this is going to benefit the student and the person in the hospital, that they're eventually going to take care of? How are we going to get them there? I mean, it just seems like we're taking a slow coaster to the ocean.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Williams. I feel like this was probably my destiny to be here in Texas helping these students. I don't want to brag on myself, but I've been a nurse since I was 19, and I know patient care. I know empathy. I know how to give myself to that student so they can be the type of nurse that I am. I worked in all areas of the hospital, and I understand when you say the patient, the community is the most important when making a competent nurse. And the students that I have at Lamson, I hope they feel what I feel when they leave me, that they want to care for people all the time. So, and that's just all I know. That's all I've been doing all my life. I don't know anything else.
Mr. Williams, if I may. So you raise a lot of really personal points, in terms of what this is going to mean to a patient at some point, and quite frankly, what it means to the student who signs on a dotted line and commits to an education and is financially responsible for it. All of those things are near and dear to me, and there's not a program offered throughout my school system that I do not have a personal connection to. Now, I may not be a nurse, but on my 29th birthday, I was getting needles shoved into my throat to do a biopsy for what ultimately became a cancer diagnosis. And I did go through clinics, I did go through treatments, and there were nurses that pushed me through on days that I was sick, tired, and I didn't want to. At 29 years old, when you're fighting something like that and you don't have kids, you don't have anything, it's very easy to sit there and think to yourself, is this really worth it? And it was those healthcare workers that helped make a difference to me. There is not a single program where I don't look at that and say, okay, what value will this person bring to society when they get through? And so while I am deeply apologetic for the reasons we're here, I am telling you, I'm very committed to making sure that the students that sign that dotted line get what they need. Whether they failed the first time NCLEX pass rate and I can get them over the finish line the second time or third time, whatever the case may be, or whether it's getting those students to graduate successfully and become nurses and make a difference to somebody else, whether it be your 84-year-old mother-in-law, and I commend you for wanting great care for your mother-in-law, I would tell you that I would just tell you that it's a personal mission. And I have, just as an aside, I have a personal trainer program that has hardly any students in it whatsoever. Hardly any. Don't make money on it much. But after I finished that treatment, after I was down to 177 pounds, after my hair was gone and I was sick as a dog, it was a personal trainer who came into my life and helped me with nutrition, helped me with workouts, and helped me get in better shape than before I was even sick. So that personal mission was there to create trainers who could do that for others. Every program I have, doesn't matter what it is, some may make money, some may not make a lot of money. It doesn't matter. The important thing to me is what impact they'll have on society once they leave, what difference they'll make for somebody else. So when you raise your concerns, I want you to know your concerns are my concerns. And I have told in every meeting I've ever done, I've always pointed out, no student ever signs a dotted line committing to an education thinking, you know what would be great? Let me do this for a little bit and drop out. You know, it'd be awesome. Let me do this and not get a job. We have a responsibility. I take it very seriously. There's one of me, there's 6 schools, and there's like 2,400 students. And all I can do is try to spread the culture the best I can, make investments when they need them, and do it like that. But the teachers like Miss Fain, or whether it's David Dalbo, or the people that are close to the students, these are the people that I rely on with the culture, because I know that my mission is their mission. And I know she takes it personally. I know he takes it personally. We're all aligned on that. Not to say that we've made mistakes. We haven't done it all perfectly, but we are pushing every day to improve. And even the NCLEX pass rates, I think we talked about the 45% right now. I think in the not too distant past, it was actually at 40%. And maybe Dr. Ayers can confirm that. But we are trying to make that little incremental progress, and that's how we improve day in and day out.
Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that.
Sure.
We don't know people who come and sit in front of us and what their motivation is. So thank you for sharing that. Any other statements, board members? I think we have a couple of options here. And I was just reading over our board order. I don't know if you've remembered looking over it. So in summary, they're unconditional. So they're not taking students. Is it Mikhail? How do you say your last?
Mikhail, like Gorbachev.
Mikhail is promised in April and is promising again and promising more this time, and she is as well. And the board order, well, I just had it. Where'd it go? Has 6 points, but now I can't find it. Oh, there it is. Yes, has 6 points that they set. So the program director shall submit evidence and documentation of the following. And this would be what we dated today of all the things to do that they're planning to do and the remediation, which they're going to do whether we would tell them they're closing or not, because those things have to be done. And they're saying that they're giving reviews and that she's still trying to get these others graduated with the needs that they have so that they could pass their boards. So I think we need to decide if we want to go with, number 1, issue additional requirements as provided in the attached letter. There are 6 items that they are to do to help the students that are in now to be successful, or withdraw approval. And they're going to still have to do a teach out. They're still going to have to do things to help those students be able to be successful and do those kinds of things that we've talked about.
Madam President, this is Drew Riddle. I'll make a motion.
Mm-hmm.
I move to accept the report of the update provided by the Lamson Institute Vocational Nursing Education Program in San Antonio, Texas, to meet the directives of board order issued at the April 2025 quarterly Texas Board of Nursing meeting, and withdraw board approval and issue requirements for providing academic provisions for students to complete the program with teach-out arrangements that have been approved within 2 weeks from the date of the order by the Texas Board of Nursing, providing provisions for access to and safe storage of vital school records, including transcripts of all graduates, and methods to maintain requirements and standards until all students enrolled in the program at the time of the decision to close have graduated. If this is not possible, a plan shall be developed whereby the student may transfer to another approved program as provided in the attached letter and order.
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Does anyone have anything else to say? Okay. So at this time, then, please vote. She probably has to move to that. Mary Grace, yours, is it? Okay, so are you for it? Okay, Mary Grace is for. She's gone offline or something. Okay. So okay, so the motion carries that it is unanimous that we are saying to close your school. And with that, we will talk to you, and it's the same thing about the things that you're doing, and we'll talk to you about what needs to be done. And so you can continue through with those, and will continue through with those students and their records and all, as we said, and that our Dr. Ayers and Ms. Gloss can talk to you about that. Schools have in the past closed, and then you can come back in a year past that and restart if you have your things to do that you want to do with that. But it still means that the students have to be taken care of. They have to be given every opportunity to do well and have a teach out or work with another school that would take those students. I mean, there's more steps, but so.
So when you say a year from, is it from the year that the last student leaves, or is it a year from, I'm just trying to, a year from today?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We understand. We respect the decision of the board.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for being here. We know that it's been hard, and thank you for still caring about the students. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's like, it's still going to be that. Okay, group, I think we need about 10 minutes. I think we just need.
Okay, in 10 minutes, I'm ready to go freshen up and then meet right outside.
Okay, then we're. Okay, so we have to meet for pictures.
Right now.
So put on your lipstick, Manny.
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
1.3. We're going to do the legislative update. It's a report only, 1.3 from Bruce and Chris.
Madam President, board members, Agenda Item 1.3 summarizes legislation passed during the 89th regular legislative session, which ran from November the 12th of 2024 to June the 2nd. During the session, 9,014 bills were filed, and during the peak of the session, we had 22 bills that would have amended the Nursing Practice Act filed. So this was one of our more significant sessions. But really, before I kind of get into the meat of the report, I want to recognize the staff that made this report possible. We had 28 BON staff members from all departments assisting in monitoring and reporting on the session. In addition to all the practice and education consultants, all directors, Chris, Dusty, John Vanderford, Brian Miller, Abby, and Sierra Williamson all assisted with the preparation of the report 1.3. Now, in terms of bills that amended the Nursing Practice Act, we had three, as I mentioned. The first one, HB 879, by Representative James Frank, requires the BON to issue a license to an applicant who is licensed in another state, a veteran who is retired or left the military less than a year ago, and has passed the jurisprudence exam. Senate Bill 25 by Senator Lois Kolkhorst requires the board to adopt rules no later than December 31st, 2026, adding continuing education relating to nutrition. And lastly, we have Senate Bill 920 by Senator Kevin Sparks, which authorizes a policy concerning the administration of medication to permit a school district, open enrollment charter school, or private school employee, including a nurse, to administer non-prescription medications to a student without further authorization or written protocol from the student's healthcare provider if the school has received a written request to administer the meds from the parent, guardian, or other person having legal control. The medicine is unexpired and administered from a container that appears to be the original container and properly labeled. And lastly, the dose administered is consistent with the instructions on the container's label. Next up, we want to talk a little bit about the budget bill. Chris mentioned that, we have the budget bill, which included $34.7 million in all funds, an increase of $3.8 million, which includes $1.9 million in general revenue for 15 additional FTE positions, $1.7 million in general revenue and 6 FTE positions for the agency's regulatory response to Operation Nightingale, and an additional $0.6 million in other funds from appropriated receipts to represent amounts collected by the agency more accurately. And lastly, $0.4 million in general revenue funds for biennialization of the statewide salary adjustment. Now, in talking about how the report is organized, pages 5 through 20 are bills which may require rulemaking, development of FAQs, or consultation with staff, or relate to agency operations. Now, one thing we did differently this session as opposed to the previous sessions is we organized them by effective dates, which, it's a little bit different than how we normally do it, but That's just how we did it this time. Now, I do need to mention that the report that you have includes the addition of the write-up on SB 912 by Senator Cesar Blanco, and that appears on page 19 of the report. This bill requires TDLR and the occupational licensing agencies to create a continuing education tracking system for use by and accessible to healthcare practitioners, licensing staff, and continuing education providers. Now let's talk about the last section. That's our all other bills relating to nursing or to the BON. Pages 20 through 34 address all other bills relating to nursing or to the agency, and these include bills whose topics ranged from higher education to managed care, nursing school applications, newborn screening, and a variety of other topics. And really, that's it in terms of my report on the legislation. If you have questions about specific bills, we do have staff here on hand to address those questions. Any questions?
Did you have anything to add? I was just so proud of the staff, and at a moment's notice, the senator's office and representative's office would be calling and wanting to know if there was a financial part or the implications, and our staff was readily available, and I think y'all had a path worn back and forth to the Capitol, and it's 7:30 in the morning or whatever, and so I just thought it was really great how you just met the need. And I don't know, did you sleep there, Hammett? Were you did you have a cot outside, or?
He has a table named after him in the cafeteria.
That was your other office that was there. Well, so Giselle's got a year and a half, I guess, to get ready for those shoes.
So, Madam President, I will just comment on that budget item as well, because I know that was due to the staff's being there to explain and advocate, and kudos to you all for the accomplishment.
Thank you. The administrators, the president's statement and the president's presentation goes a long way too. I mean, Kathy had to hop on lots of planes to make that happen, and we really appreciate the board's support.
I think it was, first of all, shocking to me that we've been rolling along, being an example for the country on how to take care of Operation Nightingale. You guys, our lawyers and everything, have just done an amazing job. I mean, we were new at it too, and really worked through it, and thinking, yeah, well, I guess we had 100 and something or whatever of 200 taken care of, and then on one day we get 300 more. And Chris calls and she was like, we're going to have to go and do an amendment. You don't usually do this. You've given all your information and you don't go in and say, King's X, I know we asked for this amount, but now we need to double that because of, what has been come and expected. And so, and they said, okay. So, because the work you've done and how you presented it. And so, do you have anything to add about that?
Just that I have a vivid memory and John coming to my office I could see the whites of their eyes, and they were like, yeah, I think we need to go talk to LBB and talk about a supplemental request. And I was like, oh, for the love, not another one. But it was absolutely the right thing to do, and we are so fortunate that they listened and heard our ask, and so we're very committed to deliver on it.
Kathy, if I could just add, none of the session and its outcome would have been possible without Kristen. She, without fear, with 100% of courage, she led us. She led the way. She marched in front of us as we went to the Capitol. She won't admit it. She won't take credit for it, but she gets all the credit for a highly successful session pretty soon after pretty significant transition for this agency. And, she held us together. We had fun, I think, as well. We laughed. We wore out our feet. We got turned around in that building, but we know it better than ever before.
We saw the rattlesnakes.
We saw rattlesnakes, that's right. It was a highly unusual session. Even, people who work in the Capitol for a long time, including the lobbyists and the observers, all acknowledge it was a highly unusual session just because of the nature of post-census and the lake turned over, right, and the retirements of key officials. But Kristen led the way, and it has been a complete privilege and honor to walk together with her. And last thing, at a very minimum, we had at least 46 meetings at the Capitol just regarding the budget since it was filed. And she testified on it, and you, Kathy, at the joint budget hearing in September last year, right? 46 meetings. So it's a well-worn path. But thank you to Kristen for everything she did.
Well, it wasn't enough money. But, it was an inadequate ask, but they gave it to us anyway. Right? Just a lot to do.
And the AG is going to continue to work with us. And they do an amazing job, but you had to get it prepared for them to be able to do.
Yeah.
I mean, it had to go to, it wasn't like they just started. I mean, you guys got it going and then they helped with that, which is huge.
We need to give credit to the enforcement department, and Tony and Danny have done, incredible job in helping push some of those settlements through, get those drafted, make sure they're uniform. It's been a lot of work. They've done a lot of work, and we appreciate them stepping up to help out with that litigation. It's been a great team effort.
If you think back to Operation Nightingale, okay, so was that in 20? Okay, she's over here, January of 23 at 10 o'clock in the morning or whatever. I mean, it was a shock for all of us, wasn't it, Tony? I mean, that the whole thing was like, what? The FBI? and we just had righteous indignation that people would do that. Sell the license. People are caring for others that are not qualified. And you guys rose to the occasion. So good job. So, and I guess another session is starting next week. Is that what?
Starts on the 21st.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes.
There it is. And I guess it's going to be more on, I read 4 things. I think it's on emergency response and I guess dealing with.
Yes, there'll be some emergency response stuff. There'll be redistricting. There'll be some abortion-related topics. There's, it's kind of a grab bag of topics.
And what?
THC.
Mm.
Oh, yes, the cannabis bill.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So who's going to tell us that if Bruce is gone? You have till the 31st. Yes. Okay, great. Any questions of anything, members, that you wanted to know from that? Okay, thank you. Okay, we need to go to 8.6.3. Hi. You said finally.
Are you ready for me, Madam President?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam President and board members. I'm here to talk about a case that's come out of the contested case process at SOA. We received a PFD from SOA, essentially that we have disagreed with. Unfortunately, what's happened in this particular case is that the ALJ, the judge, made a conclusion of law that we requested be amended to be in line with our statute 301.459, which says that you all have the sole discretion to determine sanction in any given case. The judge declined to make that change, and that's why we're here talking about this case today. The facts of the case are pretty straightforward. It's a case we've seen many, many times, which is that a home health nurse arrived late to her shifts with a particular patient, and she falsely documented that arrival time, and on multiple occasions, she documented nursing care for times where she was not present. At hearing, we initiated the complaint with 8 different instances. At hearing, the judge found that 5 of those instances were proven by a preponderance of the evidence. What the judge recommended, though, was a remedial education finding based on our disciplinary matrix. And in order to get to a remedial education under the matrix, it would need to be an isolated incident. The judge argued that because this was a short period of time and this was one patient, that was sufficient to qualify as isolated. Board staff disagrees with that interpretation of the matrix, and we don't believe it's in line with the standard meaning of the word isolated. It is undefined in our matrix, but generally if a term is undefined, then legally you go with sort of the common definition. And certainly 5 separate dates with multiple instances of false documentation on each of those dates does not align with the common definition of isolated in our book. And so what we're asking you to do today is to direct us to appeal this case to the Travis County District Court. This is something that has not been done before, but the statute is clear that it is available for us as an option, and it is the only remedy that we have to change a conclusion of law that we believe is unsupported by our statutes and rules. And I am happy to answer any questions.
Can I add something, Madam President? The sort of background to this big picture is that we used to have the authority to modify a conclusion of law under the Administrative Procedure Act if we had a reasoned justification for doing so. We were able to articulate how the conclusion of law is an improper conclusion of law. That statute was changed a few years ago, and in exchange for that, they gave us this option to seek judicial review of any finding of fact or conclusion of law. So the order that staff is recommending that's entered is an exercise of that authority to seek judicial review specifically of a conclusion of law. So you will, if you vote with the motion that is in the board report, it would not impose discipline onto this licensee right now. It would instead send the case to be reviewed, hopefully, in Travis County Court. And we would be represented, hopefully, by the Attorney General's office. You know, there is a delay in which this person is not going to get a disciplinary action right now, which would be the remedial education order that the ALJ has recommended in their recommendation for sanction. Staff is proposing that this is a more important issue to solve this sort of problem where the board is to have sole authority over sanction, but that authority is in some sense being usurped by the administrative law judge by boxing us in to a specific part of the disciplinary matrix. So we don't we won't recommend entering an order where the sanction is inconsistent with one of the conclusions of law that the board does not have the authority to change. So I just wanted to put that background out there so you can see the thought process as to how we got to this particular recommendation. Thank you.
I also remember, since I've been around for a while, Kathy Lederhorn probably will remember too, it wasn't uncommon for us to disagree with SOA and say, well, they're not a nurse, they're not in medicine. We understand why they said, but we think it should go a different way. And then that option was changed.
That's exactly right. You've taken the words right out of my mouth. Presidentship. That's.
And remember, Kathy, it was not uncommon because we'd go, no, how did they come to that? And it hasn't been that long. Is that like 4 years, maybe 3-4 years?
6. Oh well, yeah. It was the uniform. I mean, it's the Administrative Procedure Act. It applies to most agencies, but the legislature changed that. In other words, you could, if you wanted to modify a conclusion of law, you could say, well, we, the board, who have sole authority over, interpreting our law, believe it's this, and therefore we're going to amend the recommendations or the conclusions made by the judge. Now, since then, since the law was changed, it was not uncommon because the law, although it changed that the board can no longer make any modifications to a finding of fact or a conclusion of law, you still have the sole authority over sanction. That's what the statute says. Well, here, the sanction was put into a conclusion of law, meaning that all of a sudden the board no longer has that statutory authority. Well, how are we to say, well, we have, the statute says we reserve solely, the board reserves solely the remedy of discipline, but we can't change that conclusion of law because the law clearly says we can't change any conclusion of law. And then the statute provides, well, you could, the board has the ability to appeal that. Now, that's never been done under this statute or any other statute like it, and there are other statutes like it. The medical board has one, and they've never done that. But here, as John was saying, and is that it's bigger than this case because lots of proposals for decision have come, and you'll see that the administrative law judge makes findings, makes conclusions, and say, I recommend, this sanction. It's not a conclusion of law, it's a recommendation. It's common. And we've had other proposals for decision that have come through where the judge did a conclusion of law, and we said, well, we accepted that because look at our statute. And they, heretofore, it said, oh, you're right. I'm not making that a conclusion of law. You're right. I only have, the administrative law judge, I only have the ability to make a recommendation. And so that's come before y'all several times where we made that exception and the administrative law judge recognized the law in that area. That sequence of events was again attempted here, and the judge said, no, it's my conclusion of law. So it's an important authority, if you want to retain it, to seek judicial review of this administrative law judge's, we believe, refusal to recognize the statute. So,
if I may also add, recently, just before this decision, we accepted to another PFD, which you have all ruled on already, where we delineated significant amount of case law supporting our position, and the ALJ rescinded those conclusions of laws and findings of fact to allow us to retain that authority. And the case law supports the fact that you all are the experts and not the ALJ, as they have no nursing background. And that is the exact reason we're asking this to be sort of a test case to ensure that you retain the authority to be the experts in this that the ALJ cannot be.
Thank you. Okay, do I have a motion?
Move to issue an order seeking judicial review under Texas Occupation Code 301.459A1 to vacate or modify improperly labeled conclusion of law number 9 in SOA's issue PFD.
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
Motion and a second. No further discussion. Let's vote. Mine hasn't come up. There it is.
Thought I had. So, Dusty, since there was a question about our matrix, does that imply that we should be making any change to that at all?
No, the matrix is a rule, and it was adopted and is our primary law in this area about how you the matrix. If it's like an isolated incident, you could be here. If it's multiple, then it's here. Those are interpreted, but here it was interpreted. It may be a remedial ed in the end. Who knows? But to make it a conclusion of law, and it's maybe. Use the ALJ used the matrix to make it a conclusion of law, but it's the conclusion of law part, and it raised our attention because we believe it was an improper interpretation of our matrix, and to make it a conclusion of law is the issue, is what I see as one of the issues here. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. So
thank
now,
you, board.
Thank you.
Joanna, thank you very much.
Yes. We're going to move on to 5.2.1, and we're going to look at advisory committees and task forces. So 5.2.1 is no report, and Nursing Practice Advisory Committee is no report.
It's 5.2.2.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Yes, 5.2.2. What? 6. Okay, so yes. And yeah, it was consent. So now we're to 5.3.1, National Council State Boards of Nursing. This is for the annual exam, the annual meeting. And it will be a voting item. And so on this, delegate is Kathy Shipp, and alternate is Mary Grace Landrum, and delegate is Chris, and alternate is Kathy Smith. And what we will want to be, the motion is to direct the delegates to vote on the issues after hearing the information. And did you have anything you wanted to say, Chris?
Sure. So the annual meeting and delegate assembly, you have a link in the report to the business book for the delegate assembly, and there's a summary of the business that will be conducted, and that includes, of course, a slate of candidates who are up for office elections, and there will also be the 2026 NCLEX RN and NCLEX PN test plans, and a strategic initiative statement for NCSBN. So those are the items that we are asking for you to approve the delegates to consider and vote on.
I move to direct the delegates to vote on these issues after hearing and considering the discussion on the issues.
This is Ken Johnson. I second.
Thank you. Great. So I wanted to remind I was looking through on things that are coming up just about National Council. So NCLEX has a virtual meeting that will be September 10th, 25. And so that the education consultants may want to do that. Oh, yeah. Voting. Okay. Sorry. I just had that in my notes. And Ellie, for voting. Okay, okay, so the motion carries. Sorry. So I just wanted to tell the education consultants that you might want to go into National Council and look at that NCLEX virtual meeting. It used to be one that you went to and you do not go to. And then mid-year for next year is in Phoenix, Arizona. March 17th to the 19th, and annual meeting is in Chicago, August, I thought I had the dates. Yeah, 18th through the 21st, just so people would know on their calendars. And we are taking 2 members to this annual meeting. And so Mary Grace is going, and then Nancy is going. And so sometimes we have taken 2. We got to take Rick and Ken one time together. It just kind of depends on what's the budget. And we've just about put everybody through to be able to have attended once. And so I looked on that list, and it looked like Manny would be our next person to go who hasn't been. And Kathy Lederhorn was reappointed for a 3rd term, like I was for a 3rd term, which never happened. So she went a long time ago, but that she ought to be considered for going to one of the meetings next year. And then it would be to Ellie. And so we could, looking at, Chris said, we have to look at budget and funding and all. So anyway, that's just kind of what I was thinking about. And see, so it'd be nice if we can take 2 at a time, and we don't know, but I'll talk about it. So, okay. All right. 5.3.2 is Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Board members, the advisory committee last met on May 21st, and the committee considered the final it was mostly the graduate nursing education program information survey results and reports. All of those are now posted on the Workforce Center's website to review at any time. The next meeting will take place in August, and some other updates, the 2025 update on workplace violence against nurses prevention grant program is published on their website, as well as the 2024 hospital long-term care, home health, and hospice nurse staffing reports. One thing that will be discussed during the August meeting will be the changes that will have to be made as a result of House Bill 3801. This was a bill that culminated out of the governor's healthcare workforce task force. It establishes a new health professions workforce coordinating council. That's a mouthful, which will appoint the members of a newly established nursing advisory committee. So that's the relationship to this existing committee. The legislation does allow for members that are currently on the committee to be appointed to the new committee. So the center is starting to work on those implementation plans, and there are a lot other projects and tasks to be done that are required by House Bill 3801. But I'll keep you updated as we learn about those. So the next meeting, as I said, will take place in August, and we'll be able to take a look at and hopefully approve reports of the newest survey they conducted, which is on early career nurses. And our education consultant, Dr. Verwert, participated on that work group to help design that survey. That's pretty much it for now. Be glad to answer any questions. Yeah, not an action
Information
item.
only. Okay. And so Paul, 5.3.3 Texas Health and Human Services Commission e-Health Advisory Committee. So Paul is taking care over that from me. Thank you.
In theory, I think that they're still going through the growing pains of getting me on the list. President Shipp has been kind enough to forward me the emails that I've missed. They have not met since the last board meeting. They're actually meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. So I won't be here, at least for the first part of the meeting. And I might be able to give you a summary of what we talked about tomorrow afternoon. But right now, there's nothing to update the board with.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you for doing that. I think it's a very worthwhile committee and good information for us. The next one is 5.3.4, Report on Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board Healthcare Workforce Task Force. Kathy Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. That's a mouthful in itself as well. As you all know, that last year, under the direction of the governor, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board met and formed the governor's task force. Their work is done. It ended in fall with recommendations and a report that came out. During the legislative session, there were 8 bills, riders, or amendments that passed related to these recommendations that was disseminated from the work of the task force. So the first one, I'm just going to hit the bullet point highlights, was the statewide health professions workforce coordinating council. Like Dr. Benton just said, it is a mouthful. And essentially that is to reorganize the council itself with new members. Within that was a rider that also includes our Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies to examine pathways to facilitate transition of allied health professionals towards the nursing careers. So that is part of that. Another one was an implementation plan for adding nursing programs to consolidated application services along with medical and dental. Another was the Texas Workforce Commission will create an advisory board to develop a resource guide to help facilitate collaborations among healthcare providers and such institutions in a more effectively identify and address local healthcare workforce needs. So it's not specific to nursing, that's healthcare in general. A clinical placement training feasibility study has been charged by the coordinating board for healthcare placement training. And I know that's something we've all been asking and watching for a long time. So it'll be interesting to see how that feasibility study plays out. That's essentially like a statewide or regional clinical consortium for placements. Continued funding for the previous sessions, what they called Senate Bill 25, and that is some of the grants and the loan repayment funding for nursing and other health professionals. That was funded in part as Senate Bill 1. And then protections for nurses by prohibiting retaliation for reporting staffing issues or refusing mandatory overtime. This was a bill supported highly by TNA, and that was passed. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, as you will recall, the Administrative Procedure Act requires a state agency to review its rules every 4 years to determine whether the reasons for adopting still exist, whether the rule is obsolete, whether it reflects current law and policy, and whether it's in compliance with the APA, the Administrative Procedure Act. Each time that one of these reviews is posted of an entire chapter, the public can comment on that. So we've almost completed our last rule review plan that ran through 2025. So this will be the 2026 to 2030 new rule review plan. And the request is that the board adopt the new plan to be filed in the Texas Register. I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
I just have one question. So pain management, I was in on that when we wrote that, and it was a really big deal. Were you on the committee then when we did that? I mean, it was tedious. And this was before we were really good at pain contracts and all of that kind of stuff. And so has it been done? Do we know when it was done last? I just thought 29 was a long time. And I couldn't remember if we had done it before. And that's okay. You can just get back to me.
I believe it may be out right now at this very moment.
Well, that's what I was thinking. If it's the last one on the list, this list, and you said you're finishing out 20,
yes,
5, maybe it's on there, and that would make sense. I just wondered if it didn't need to be looked at. So good. Okay. Thank you. So is this a voting? Yes. Do I have a motion?
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to approve the board's 2026 to 2030 rule review plan as set out in attachment A. Further, move to approve the proposal of the board's rules as set out in the attached rule review plan for the purpose of meeting statutory rule review requirements. If no negative comments or requests for hearing are received regarding the proposed rule reviews, move to adopt the rule reviews as proposed.
This is Maisie Jamison. I second the motion.
Okay. Thank you. So we have we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, if we can vote. And so the motion carries. Thank you. Okay, 7.8, consideration of amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 217.5 relating to temporary license and endorsement, and 22 Texas Administrative Code 217.9 relating to inactive and retired status. John?
Thank you, Madam President. These are two rule amendments to Chapter 217. We're going to start with the first in the item, which is a proposed amendment to Board Rule 217.5 relating to the licensure of military service members and their spouses. This amendment is required because of statutory changes made during the legislative session. Specifically, House Bill 5629 amended the section of the Occupation Code that underpins 217.5. So it's the statute that it had been originally based on. And as such, staff is recommending changes to recommending amendments to the rule to be consistent with those statutory changes. You'll find the amendments included as attachment A to your report. One notable change is the removal of the term substantial equivalence, which has been replaced with the term scope of practice. And that shift aligns with the new statutory language, which removed substantial equivalence from the statute. You will also find updates to the application requirements and the licensure timelines, speeding up the licensure of these military service members and their families, as well as changes that reference the new statutory definition of good standing for eligibility for licensure under this pathway. These changes are meant to simplify licensure for military families while still fitting in with the board's current licensure process. The legislation also includes a requirement for tracking. So anyone that was licensed under this particular pathway is required to, or we will be required to monitor those, track those, and
post those on our website to monitor the effectiveness of the change and any unintended consequences. Also included in the report are proposed amendments to Board Rule 217.9 relating to inactivating or retiring a license. These changes are meant to clarify how a nurse can inactivate or retire their license, and it specifically moves those processes to the Texas Nurse Portal rather than having a written paper application or having it tied to a licensure renewal form. As part of that, staff is recommending removing language relating to a fee that is no longer being collected, just to clean up the rule and make it consistent with current processes. The idea here behind these amendments is to increase the efficiency for licensees as they try to make these changes to their license. And also, my understanding is that the staff who process the forms that come in the mail will be forever grateful to the board for proposing these amendments. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. That's good. Okay. Can I have a motion?
This is Drew Riddle. I motion to approve the proposal of amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 217.5 and 217.9 to set out an attachment A with the authority for the General Counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no requests for public hearing are received, move to adopt the amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 217.5 and 217.9 as proposed.
Rick Williams, I second.
Thank you. Man, speed reader.
Rick.
Rick.
That's outstanding, really.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
Best
Okay.
motion I've heard in a long time.
Okay, everybody. If we have a motion and a second, no discussion, please vote. Rick and Maisie. You're over there laughing. And motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay. So we still have 7.4, 7.5, and 7.6 for tomorrow, dealing with the audit. And we, yeah, we can do 9.1. And then that just leaves our, yeah, for tomorrow. Gosh, guys and gals. So this is the review of board quarterly meeting evaluation 9.1. You know, I guess it just took us getting new members on or whatever, because we used to have like 8 or 9 or 10 and maybe 11 people and never got 13, and now we're doing 14 and 15. So woohoo for us. So, so about, you know, everything's just positive, great as usual about the agenda, the documents. Patricia and entire board staff do such an amazing job at preparing for these meetings, and so appreciate it. Members are prepared, appreciate our educators. They're diligent in review of school programs. We just admire our education consultants. Good discussion on several program approvals. Board members are always prepared and thoughtful. We had a great board development last time, and staff is appreciated. Avoided getting into administrative and management details that nobody had anything to say. That's amazing. Diversity of opinions were expressed and issues were dealt with in respectful manner. Board LDRs, I'm not sure what I'm saying there, does a great job on allowing discussion. What? I guess leaders. I don't know what I was typing at that point. Maybe I was typing late. Goodness. And allowing discussion. Okay. Board voted unanimous as one voice. Appreciate all different. I think that was some people use acronyms, so board leaders, I don't know what it was. Sometimes I can't read y'all's writing. Okay, appreciate all the different experienced educations that come together to work as a unit together. Wow. All the different experience educations that come together to work as a unit together. Not sure about that one. Okay. Chair guided the meeting effectively. Kathy always does her best to ensure that the meeting kept on track despite lengthy conversations. Moved through the meeting very efficiently. Yes, but please give board members time to formulate motions, discern facts, although giving consideration to maintaining an agenda timeline is important. It's equally important to provide well-informed decisions. You know, that was a heavy meeting with all of those, just like today, on the programs. Future issues were identified. Due to time constraints, we didn't have much time to accomplish this. What precedent are we setting when we make ways for a school to continue operations knowing they violated Rule 214 multiple instances? And those were some struggles. Those were some of the issues that we had there. And I think we, tried to look at some of that today. So it's just reflection. All members were present. We were missing one. Welcome to our new member. So we had 14 of 15. So Maisie was missing, and we missed Maisie. So you were missed. The meeting began and ended on time. IT worked very well. Yes, no IT issues. 9:05 to 4:36, exclamation point. Detailed discussions, voting, but the flow still went well. We have a full IT team now. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, the meeting room was conducive to work. It was a little warm. Great meeting room. New space is great. Learned to bring a sweater. Those of you who were not in the old building when stuff blew out, it would rain down on us, and it was tough. So, and especially after the was it the ice storm or something? So we're happy to be here for new people. All right. Miscellaneous suggestions or concerns? No concerns. So much to still learn and great knowledge available. Appreciate ongoing board development, which we didn't do that. We had some struggles with that for a little while, and so we're just doing great with that. It was great, and appreciate the board development presentation. Many thanks to Drew for lunch. Consider lunch brought in the future where there's a tight agenda meeting, which worked for today. That was good. April meetings, which are heavy school program appearances, should be 2-day meetings. Schools going to conditional may need 45 minutes rather than 30 minutes on the agenda. We had that today. Thank you for lunch, Drew. It was fantastic. It was nice to see the agency recognize 35-year employee anniversary. Who was that? Tony. Yes, that's our Tony, our quiet Tony. Let's see. Thank you, board staff. Thanks, Drew. Lunch was great. Ordering in lunch was really helpful. Is it possible to do it again for future meetings? When we have a big educational agenda, I would ask we keep that to a full-day meeting, educational program reviews, and discipline issues. When I first came on, we always had 2-day meetings. And we went to 1 day when we took a lot of people on things onto consent. But now we have more schools and more issues and more people coming in with schools, and we've done, like this one's a 1.5-day meeting, and we've tried to consider your time. You have jobs, you have travel, and so we've tried to be respectful of that. And if we have meetings until like 6 o'clock and then people can't get home or whatever, but it looks like we may have to do more of that. So thank you all. Don't forget to fill it out tomorrow after you leave. Yes. Yeah. So Yeah, we can do 9.3. So you need to look at signing up. You'll sign up in October, so October, and so look at your 2026 calendar in there, and then when it's time to sign up, then you can kind of look at what you can do and how those dates work out for you. And tomorrow, we are going to have our executive sessions, and so we'll go into that as soon as we get here and do our opening ceremonies and, get a chance to look over those. And then after we come out of that.
So we're starting off with executive.
Yes.
And then going into 7.4, 5, 6, and then board development?
Well,
depends what time we finish with the two
Executive, okay.
if we finish by executive session, then we might do our board development before the audit is set up for 11, I think, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
11, yep.
Yeah. So we'll do our call to order, and then we'll go in
So you may squeeze it in.
by 9:15. And so just come prepared to, look over those, it's in your report, and then we can talk about those two evaluations. And, we have to go through making motions after we come off of those evaluations. And then the board development. Is Danny in here?
No.
Mhm.
She'll be here.
So if we have time, we can put her there and then do the 11, or then she'll go at the end. And did everyone get their evidence-based quality indicators of nursing education programs? Isn't that nice? It's a resource, but we wanted y'all to have the hand of that. When we're looking at schools and the quality that's there. So, any other questions or statements? Board members, and Allison, thanks for taking care of the lunch.
And those of you going to dinner, it's 110 East 2nd at the JW Marriott.
110
East 2nd at the JW Marriott.
Okay, and what time are we doing that? 6:45. Anybody interested? So you've got some reservations, but I guess we could add some or split tables.
Drew's staying there. No, Drew's staying there. I have a table for 10. He's going to grab the table that I have on open table.
Well, there we go.
15.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And all of you
All
two
right.
knows.
So it's 5:14.
All right. And board staff, you don't have to come in the morning since they're going to go immediately into executive session. We'll send an email when they come back into open.
Thank you, staff, for sitting through this and all. And yes, yes. And Nicole, so excited, and so excited that you're keeping APRN. And is that Giselle? Is she sitting there by you? The new team, the dream team.
I'm so sorry. For sure
Could I have said a motion as written on the screen? Or does it have to be verbalized like that?
I don't know that it would have to be verbalized.